Thank you. Oh. Okay, everyone. Yep, we're gonna run some ads, and then we're gonna get that run. Hello everyone, this is Zell again with the Pokemon Legends Arceus run. Just a reminder that we are coming up to the Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep incentive, which is character bid war between Ventus, Aqua, and Terra, so you can donate to that. But for now, we have Pokemon Legends Arceus by Halqery, and I'll let them take it away.
Are we good? Okay. Hello, my name is Halqery. I'm a Legends Arceus speedrunner. Today we're doing Pokemon Legends Arceus any percent, which is just mainly getting the 8,500 research points and beating the game as fast as possible. With me, I have a couple people to provide additional commentary and explain things if they want to introduce themselves.
All right. Hey, I'm Shady. I'm the world record holder for Japanese 80%, pretty much second in every category right now.
The true world record holder.
Currently, like grinding the catch and all category actually. But yeah, together with Halq, we have pretty much like routed this runs out ourselves.
Yeah, I guess I can go next. I'll go next. I'm Etiquette. I also run this game. Well, I'm sort of taking a break from it right now, but I was definitely one of the first people involved with the game, and then sort of built off of a lot of the routing that, like Shady and Halq said, that they did. And I think I'm still in top 5.
Yeah, you are.
I may not be, but yeah.
I'm Shenanigans. I'm pretty new to the game. I ran it for like a week a few months ago, took a break, and I've been running it for a couple days now, and it's a fun run. So I'm looking forward to watching the run today. It'll be a really cool display, I would say.
Yeah, so what we're going to be using today for this run is a Nintendo Switch Pro Controller and your choice of keyboard. I'll explain that a lot later. That is all we're going to be using for this run. And whenever everybody's ready on time, we're going to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So the start of Legends Arceus on the surface may seem a little unnecessary and just cutscene bloated. However, there is a few techniques that can create some variance between people that are willing to grind out the intro and learn optimizations, and people that just, spend their resources in other parts of the game, which is valid. First thing we'll be doing is attempting to get the Breakout Skip on the starters. The first thing we'll be tasked with in the game is catching these 3 Pokemon, Cyndaquil, Rrlat, and Oshawott. However, the third Pokemon you catch is always scripted to break out. Now, we can kind of multitask with this by having the shaking of the Pokeball before that breakout coincide with the professor's dialogue after we catch the second Pokemon. So we're going to try to time it to where we catch the third Pokemon at the same time as the Pokeball clicks on the second Pokemon.
Just before that, you might also see a kind of cool tech that will be popping up a lot in the run. It's called a crouch cancel. Whenever you're about to enter a cutscene, if you just sprint into it, your character has a recoil animation and it loses a little bit of time. But if you crouch into a cutscene, you don't have that recoil effect. So you can save time by crouching into cutscenes. It saves kind of a varying amount of time depending on how well you time the crouch. So you want to crouch like just before you get to the cutscene, so you're not like inching your way into it really slow. Halq's pretty much an expert at it, so we'll probably see it for at least the majority of the cutscenes. The first one's going to be, I believe, with the phone coming up. Would be the first crouch cancel.
Shady, do you want to explain not skip?
Sure, in a second.
And how I just messed it up?
We'll start with the settings here, but yeah, pretty much after this, right here, we have the 2 first instances of the crouch cancel. Just explained. But yeah, about the note skip, I was requested to explain. There's been some conversation about this recently because somebody pointed out, actually Evil Beef, a top runner as well, like has, I'm not sure, was it sub 350 already or something like that?
It was one of my runs, I know that.
Yeah, but like just what his time was. But yeah, he pointed out that in one of Halq's attempts, in the very first cutscene after you wake up, there's an odd incident happening where the professor doesn't do a nodding animation right after it shows the starters to you.
Yeah, and it saves like 2 or 3 seconds. It's completely unexplained.
And he just thought that it's something that we know about, but we had no idea. And honestly, I haven't seen it since happen in any run.
Wait, yeah, I've never heard of this.
Me either.
Yeah, it just saves like a few seconds out of nowhere.
All right, the grind's on, everyone.
I have a theory. Maybe it's like answering the choice on the first frame possible, but there's nothing conclusive about it. Just seems like may have just been random.
Or on the 11th frame if your switch is set to Tuesday or something like that.
Yeah, just some.
Yeah, it goes in the list of these random skips that no one understands how they work.
Yeah. So here's going to be the starter skip that Halq is explaining. So he's going to ball the rrlat, turn around, prepare to ball the Oshawott, throw it with good timing, and hope for a high jump on the ball.
Didn't get it.
And
Looks like we didn't get the RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the timing is very lenient. It's mostly just getting the RNG where it does the high bounce. If it does like a low bounce, the game pretty much forces a breakout instantly because normally a low bounce is supposed to catch the poke, but yeah.
It doesn't here. Yeah, there's kind of like animations on the balls. If you ever get the like low bounce with a ball, you know you're guaranteed to get the catch. And if you get the high bounce, you can still get the catch, but you don't always. I don't exactly know like what causes the high bounce animation, but in that situation, you want the high bounce because it gives more time for the professor to get through the dialogue to get the skip, but unfortunately didn't get it there.
Yeah, my
it's
theory
actually,
is that
more lenient on Japanese. I was realizing the other day when I was doing Japanese runs because the text is faster.
Yeah, true. That's pretty good.
Yeah, my theory on how the like catching RNG works is that like pretty much it pulls a random number, and if it's higher than a certain value, say for example, depending on the Pokeball and the kind of throw you land on it, it catches. But if it's like well above the number, then it gets the low bounce. That's like my theory on it, and I have like no technical proof for that. But
I'd make it that way if I
had
that did
to
a
code
lot
it.
of work on this game in the beginning, and then they just suddenly stopped after they figured out shiny mechanics and distortion mechanics. And like, I wish they had gone like a step further with catch mechanics because we have nothing right now.
We only have some numbers on like the multipliers of different Pokeballs and different like states of the wild AI. Like, is it eating or like does it notice you and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. The best we have is me and Shady have conducted trials of how likely it is to catch Pokemon. Like, we'll sit there and we'll catch Sneasel 50 times collectively, and we'll share our data with how likely we got it with Cake, how likely we got it with Raspberry. And that's all we have for catch statistics.
That's actually really reminiscent of Sword and Shield, because with Sword and Shield, they changed the catch mechanics a little bit to basically deprioritize Pokemon that are higher level than you, and none of the data miners really gave us anything with it. And so I remember Sinstar had like a list of like 100 trials with a burned Drillbur trying to catch it, and was like, I think it's about 10%.
Yeah.
You know, catch mechanics in this game seem to be wonky enough to now I don't want to say we're desperate, but like we're at the point now where we may believe that status has more influence on a catch rate than low HP, because there was a marathon run I did like 2 weeks ago for Meteor speedruns, and at red health, Dialga broke out of 9 balls.
Oh.
It ended up costing me 3.5 minutes because I died to Dialga, obviously, because you know that's a lot of turns to pass. So I'm gonna actually try to go for Palkia in this run and try to poison it with strong poison jab, which is a 50% chance. Because I just don't trust Dialga anymore.
That's a very recent idea we had.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like the Legends of the Ender RNG.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Shady?
I was just saying that we cannot prove that it's better.
I mean, the only thing we have data on is how status gives a multiplier. We don't know anything about the HP. So
Exactly,
I'd rather work
that's
the day
the
we do
issue.
have than the day we
Well-
don't have. Yeah.
Well, there's the tool called like PKNX, which allows you to like look at some of the values of the variables in the game, and it does have like a coefficient for the HP, but without a formula to plug it into, that doesn't tell much. It was like a 2/3 or something like that.
Yeah, PKNX is basically like being able to translate the game to a language nobody speaks.
Yeah.
We just don't speak that language yet. We need something to like translate it. Because like there's a certain amount of computer science knowledge you can apply to it, but like some of it's just like I don't know what this is supposed to represent. So
It says if the Pokemon's poisoned, it says plus 405. I wonder what that means.
plus 405 balls needed to catch, or
Yeah. Is this better or worse? I just can't tell.
it'll just be like a string of numbers. Cause I was in there too. Like it's just HP coef, and then there's like just a random string of numbers, and it just means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Usually if
But-
something is like a long string of numbers, it usually means that there's multiple values in there, but
It's hard to identify what each of them mean. Is the problem.
yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Anyways,
the
we're almost
reverse
done with
engineering, which is like the main thing you want to do when you like figure out the quote-unquote data mining in these games, and that takes a lot of effort for sure. And that's mainly the reason why there hasn't been like much done here. Like there isn't as much incentive, I guess, since this game doesn't really have like, for example, a competitive mode or any sort of like breeding mechanics. Like most people just find shiny hunting fun.
Mhm.
And
By the
then
way, I
there's
have
us
the
speedrunners.
I have to
would like
point
to
this
know
out so that
everything.
everyone else can join in on me on the entertainment. Watch the character's feet when you enter and exit the house. You'll get a very big enjoyment out of it. The frame perfect shoe put on and take off.
I love it.
It's so funny.
True.
I thought you were gonna reference like some kind of like weird feet clipping, because that happens consistently with the first Volo cutscene after you beat the game.
Oh, interesting.
When you go up to
Yeah, that's
City
so
of
weird,
Villains,
actually.
his feet just kind of go nuts, and they start like clipping through the floor and out like, rapidly.
Yeah, I know this
It happens
charm likes
every
to
single time.
levitate in the evil bandit cutscenes.
Oh yeah, they levitate in what do you call it? Snow Point Temple also, when you go down to the area where, spoiler alert, Regigigas is. Like everyone's just floating. So I guess they didn't really think about how far down people were going, and then like reset what is considered the floor. I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
funny.
just the hit box or the like.
Yeah, they removed
detection of the
levitate
floor
from
is higher than
Gengar.
where it visually is.
Mm-hmm.
Took levitate off of Gengar, gave it to Gengar's trainer.
Well, that's for all the abilities win, huh? But yeah,
Yeah, we should
that's
probably
also-
mention.
yeah,
Yeah.
battling is completely different in this game. So I think there was a subset of people that tried to give this game like a Nuzlocke challenge at the very beginning when it came out, and that's a terrible idea because turn order does not work the same as it did in previous Pokemon games. It's more akin to initiative in D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. Basically, every Pokemon has an initiative based on their speed value, and the initiative can be manipulated by using strong and agile moves. But basically, just because you kill a Pokemon does not mean everything's reset back to neutral. Most likely, the Pokemon that you killed, whatever comes in to replace that, is going to get another move on you. So it's very difficult to just sweep this game with one Pokemon.
Here we see the first meaningful choice of the run. We picked Cyndaquil starter.
Yeah, this is rather a recent change. There's been some strategies developed to the early parts of Obsidian Fieldland that make Cyndaquil a little bit more viable than Oshawott, which we previously picked. I feel like it's almost like more of a consistency thing than speed. It's like not that much faster, but it's definitely a cool beginning day route. You'll see that coming up here in a bit.
Yeah, it's
The
like
best way I can describe it is like it's about as fast It's really consistent. It's almost perfectly consistent. And it is about as fast as like a really good first day with Oshawott.
Yeah.
So like
you pretty much need all the
battles
optional
faster.
rare spawns with the old threat.
Right.
Yeah, you need to find like an Eevee or a Mime Jr. or something.
Yeah. Something to maybe mention is a big component of this run we mentioned a bit earlier was research points. So the Pokedex is kind of like the name of the game for Legends Arceus, especially like speedrunning. You can complete research tasks on Pokemon to get research points, and you need specific amounts of research points to unlock the like next area. So for example, in order to unlock the second part of Obsidian Fieldlands, you need to get 500 research points. That would be kind of difficult if there wasn't a bonus for getting 100 research points in a Pokemon. They just give you another 100. So if you get like 100 research points on Cyndaquil, you'll actually get 200 research points. So a big component of the run is kind of tracking your research points and getting to those values that you need to unlock the next areas. So I believe one of the research tasks, for example, with Cyndaquil is to use Quick Attack, which Halq just used 2 or 3 there. So that's 10 or 20 research points, so something to keep in mind. Later on, Cyndaquil is going to evolve. That's going to be another 20. Going to use Ember a couple times. That's going to be either 20 or 40 research points. And you just kind of have to track this for each of the Pokemon as you're going through the run. Bit complicated, but it's part of running this game. It makes it really fun, and Halq's an expert, so...
Yeah, something about this Cyndaquil that I have, you may have noticed if you're being very observant, that I got 3 Cyndaquils off, 3 Quick Attacks off before Togepi even got its second move off. Quick Attack is a move that slowly increases your initiative, as I mentioned before. And what it means to get 3 Quick Attacks that quickly means that this is a very, very, very fast Cyndaquil, which is going to make this.
Yeah, it's actually quite rare. I haven't seen it in a while.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, that's going to come into play in a bit.
Yeah, no Beautifly should get a double turn on us here.
Right. Also, there was a recent discovery I just made. When you start this trial here, I figured you would forget it. If you go to the deposit box, you put your Pokeballs away right here, and then in a second after you get presented to this area, you can talk to your rival, and they will be like, "Oh, you don't have any Pokeballs on you. You probably need some more," and then they give you 20 free Pokeballs, which is quite huge for money management in this.
It's very, very good for money, because money can be kind of tight after you get out of this first area.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that money is... We like literally only shop one time in the run, and we have to do it super early. You can shop later, obviously, but it's time loss. But we basically do one shop and get everything, and we do it very early. So it's definitely helpful to get these Pokeballs at the start, because you wouldn't really have a good time to get them later. You get an Apricorn off the ground too.
Yeah, one thing about that, when you talk to the rival, it will reset the Bidoof's position, so you will have to be aware of that.
Even though that was really slow, it was still worth it, because
yeah, of course.
Having to go in your bag and sell things if you're really short on money, having to go out of your way to buy more Pokeballs later, it just saves a lot of time.
Yeah, just the buying of the Pokeballs, even if you had infinite money, still takes 10 seconds, so it's faster overall.
Especially if you get later into the game, because the guy starts giving you dialogue about you being able to upgrade the shop every time you want to buy Pokeballs.
Grabbing the berries right as the cutscene starts.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, multitasking is a big deal in this game, especially in the early game where your movement is very limited and...
That
was weird. I didn't touch the camera stick at all. That was weird. What you just saw there was what happens if you fail a crouch cancel, by the way.
Yeah, you take that one recoil.
Crouching. Yeah.
We still haven't seen the slow crouch.
Yeah, where you just crouch and wait.
You want to talk about the Shinx?
Sure. This is the first big run killer. Honestly, if you're grinding for a good time, you can pretty much lose the same amount of time you would lose at the end of the run to catching the legendary.
Yeah, I don't understand this Shinx.
You cannot stun it. I've tried.
Yeah, you have to fight it.
Oh man, I didn't get a backtrack. I'm gonna miss this catch now.
In the list of the things we don't know about this game, we're not sure if backstriking the Shinx makes it easier to catch in battle. we have no way to tell it. It probably doesn't, but in case it does, we still do it just in case. It doesn't really lose us any times. Yeah.
It feels like it helps. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I will say,
the copium.
Like, they buffed the catch rates on legendaries from, like, Gen 6 onwards, but they nerfed Shinx. Like, I promise you this thing is, like, 25 catch rate. I've had runs where I put it into red health and it breaks out of, like, 3 balls. It makes no sense. Just, like...
Yeah, that's why we slowly shifted away attacking the Shinx, especially because... one thing about Cyndaquil that wasn't really mentioned. Cyndaquil is the only Pokemon that gets research for the move it starts with.
Yeah.
1827 is not bad. Okay. Yeah, so we use quick attacks in the beginning, so we don't have to use quick attacks against that Shinx. Because we're already well taken care of earlier with our quick attacks.
Yeah, previously when we ran Oshawott, you would have to use, I think it was like Pound or Tackle for the first fight. And the first move that you can start getting research with is Aqua Jet, which you get for the Shinx fight. So you'd want to use some Aqua Jets there so you can start getting the research. But obviously it's slower to damage the Shinx when you could just get lucky and have to get in the first ball. So it's definitely a time save to not have to deal with the research. And that's going to be kind of like a big part of the run is how much time do you want to mitigate for doing certain research tasks. Probably like the biggest part of the run as far as like time saves concerned.
I think we're doing really good right now. I already have 2 spoiled apricorns. I think Shinx also dropped some grit, which is unfortunate because that's something I'm just gonna have to get out of my bag later because we're not using grit in this route.
Yeah. Bag management's pretty big in this game. Could also maybe
right now.
Yeah, we can maybe talk about some of like the items that we're getting as well. This game kind of has like a crafting system. So there's gonna be a lot of like items that we craft throughout the run. The major ones are Pokeballs. Later on, we're going to make stealth sprays, which are an incredible item. Like, makes the run almost, like, viable. And then we make scatterbangs now, which is kind of a new addition. They're pretty helpful in the late game, but you need to pick up materials for those. So pretty much the whole run, you'll see Halqery kind of grabbing materials here and there, and that's primarily just to make stuff later. You don't want to, like, make things too much because obviously crafting is slow, so kind of just stockpile stuff and then do like a big craft at the start of every level is typically what you'll see. So you'll probably see some berry farming, some apricorn farming, and some tumblestone farming for the first map at least.
Yeah, that was the reason I picked up the apricorn in the trial. Because you know it's just 1 apricorn, but you have nothing else to do while you wait for the Bidoof to get in the ball, so you might as well pick it up, and you need apricorns to make balls, so...
Yeah. Lots of task overlapping that you get to do. Same with the berry trees.
You can buy Pokeballs directly from the... Oh, you know what? Well, I wonder if we have those extra Pokeballs now. Do I not need to craft 20 at the crafting table?
Oh, that's interesting.
I can save those 20 apricorns and just buy from him.
Yeah, I've never thought of that before.
That might be a better strat for any peasant if you think you're short on apricorns and tumblestones.
Yes,
I know for Gatchamal I didn't really care about them, but I did realize that that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can only buy Pokeballs. Every ball above a Pokeball you have to craft yourself. So
yeah,
apricorns are very valuable.
Unless you want to do some quests, which are slow.
Oh yeah.
So obviously we don't do those. Yeah, never thought about saving those.
That's what the guy's pestering you about the whole game, telling you to upgrade the shop.
Yeah. Hey, you can upgrade my shop if you just help me out a little bit, you know? I only need 3 hardy grains. You have like 20 of them that you just threw on the ground.
Yeah, now we're basically through the intro. It's going to be a lot less railroady from here. We're going to be a lot more in control of our actions, and you know we can start speed gaming pretty much. Although 1827 for Fade Out on Trial is really not bad, especially for a marathon. And missing Breakout Skip.
Yeah, I mean, really any first ball Shinx, you're pretty happy with your start. As long as it just gets in. Yeah, pretty much almost to the main juice of the run, which is the like the what do you call it, the catching segments.
Yeah, the research section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, things get very fast-paced very quickly. Yeah, I gotta craft some Pokeballs here.
So this is the
Are we
weirdest
doing
crouch
that?
cancel in the game.
One craft.
Wait, do you
Shay,
crouch
did you want to
cancel?
explain this crouch cancel?
Yeah, you have to crouch and then you have to uncrouch quickly, like that. Because
Oh,
if
that's
you stay crouched when you craft, then after you finish crafting, it will slowly uncrouch. But if you do the uncrouch manually before even entering the crafting, then you can save time.
Yeah, there's a mechanic with crouch canceling where if you crouch too late when you're doing a crouch cancel, instead of getting like the quick animation where it just starts the cutscene, it just like stares at you as you like slowly uncrouch. It's like, yeah, I missed it. My bad. You just lose like
That's
a whole
the slow
second.
crouch.
There's other factors that contribute to a slow crouch. Sometimes if you're not continuing to hold the stick in the direction you are moving... Oh, my monitor just went black. Hopefully that comes back. I can look at it. Sometimes, you know, if the game's not feeling all right, it'll make you get a slow crouch. There's a lot of varying factors that can contribute to it, and a lot of them we don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, even though this game's all about research, we still have a lot of research we have to do about the game. But it is rather new, so...
It's hard to say why the crouch cancels randomly fail.
Yeah.
You know, I have my own placebo ways of dealing with the hard ones. Like, on the next day after this, we're going to have to cross a bridge. And there's 2 crouch cancels on that bridge. And those are 2 of the hardest ones in the game. So I just try to approach them a certain way every single time. And it seems to work.
Generally, the ones you walk into are fine. But the biggest issues are some of the ones you have to speak to. For whatever reason, they just keep failing. For those, I realized that I will do just the same thing that we just did at the crafting table, where you just crouch and uncrouch. That like prevents the slow crouch from happening.
Yeah, because the whole point of crouch canceling is I don't know if this was properly explained because I was kind of focusing earlier. But the reason for crouch canceling is the game will not progress those sections, those character dialogues, the cutscene triggers. They will not progress until your character is completely stationary. And it's just about getting your character to a completely stationary position as fast as possible. So if you just are standing still and you press A to somebody, there's absolutely no time loss. But
then you're
it's just about how you get there.
Yeah. Now you also may have noticed that Halq is running past some Pokemon here. Bidoof is something that will be caught later. But running past it for kind of a party management reason. Gonna catch this Starly.
Right now. So the Starly goes right into the party.
Because you want Starly in the party, and you also want a Wurmple in the party. There's a lot of evolution tasks for Pokemon. So Wurmple, for example, you get 20 research points for evolving. And when you evolve Wurmple into, let's say, a Silcoon, you get 20 points for evolving the Silcoon and 20 points for getting a Silcoon. So it's a free 40 points on Silcoon for evolving Wurmple. So you definitely want it going to the party in order to get those research points.
Yeah,
it's really evolve multiple on the run.
They have it to where as long as a Pokemon is on either side of the evolution, it gets points for being evolved, which is why Silcoon gets points for a number of them evolved, even though you're evolving a Wurmple into it. It's really interesting, but we appreciate it.
Yeah, it's really nice for the run.
I'll just grab another Wurmple on the way to the Beautiflies.
Also, another kind of RNG component of this game is the items that Pokemon drop when you catch them, and I've noticed a lot of spoiled apricorns, which is the item that you're kind of looking for catching here. So, yeah, one of the best items you can get because those stun Pokemon, and stunning is a task. It's usually a very good, very fast task that you can complete, as well as it's very useful for catching Pokemon that progress onto you. We might even see a spoiled apricorn being used in about 5 seconds here. Shinx is a giant pain, as we saw earlier, and you need to catch 3 of them throughout the run. So Halq's going to try and catch a Shinx here.
I wasn't crouched. Okay.
Yeah. Back one maybe looks fine. Yeah, got
works.
the ball. Yeah, decided to use the spoiled apricorn. Has 4 of them, which is way more than you would normally see. Hopefully it just gets in and we're done with Shinx.
Cool. Alright, we're good.
Beautiful. Okay, that was really good.
I thought it was crouched
this
there. That was really weird.
yeah this route might seem a little weird, and it's like specific to the new Cyndaquil route. It was actually discovered by the Japanese community. Normally, we used to just do the research task around the area where the rivals like tutorial waypoints are, but instead nowadays we pick Cyndaquil and we warp back and we go into this specific area, which has some really high level Beautiflies for us to kill with Cyndaquil. So with the backstrike and super effective, we can usually pretty reliable kill them without actually dying. Although sometimes you might still get bad RNG. Here we got the double stun. When you backstrike, they lose turns. That's between 1 to 2 turns.
That was a perfect Beautifly.
Yeah.
Very fast.
It also is fast because I mentioned earlier this is a really fast Cyndaquil. So these are level 22 Beautiflies, but they're not.
Now we get like 6 levels.
Yeah, you get a ton of levels for KOing these. Using rollout here, research
if I had a
points
slower
again.
Beautifly, that first Beautifly would have probably gotten 2 turns after I got mine. So it would have been really rough, and it probably would have gotten to use an attack after my second Ember, which would have been really bad. But this has just been
in that case,
fantastic.
You can abuse a mechanic in the game where you walk out of the range of the battle mid-turn and you can skip the Beautifly's turn and then you can re-engage the battle and finish it off from there. It loses some time, but it's better than dying.
Yeah. Also, perfect Beautifly is there. Having to use 2 rollouts. One of the research tasks for Beautifly is seeing it use Stun Spore, which it could use against you. But because no Stun Spore there, has to use Rollout, which is a 90% accurate move, in order to kind of get those research points that were missed. So always on your mind these little research point things and kind of calculating for the Pokemon. And big evolution streak here. We'll get
with all the EXP we just gained, we can evolve the entire party.
Yeah, one of the kind of interesting things about this strategy is we actually, again, I think it came from the Japanese runners, but this was actually something we were like playing with a few weeks before the Cyndaquil switch. But rather than defeating the Beautiflies, we would try to catch them, and it would give extremely mixed results. You'd get the same amount of experience, but obviously catch rates are, something to deal with. So once we made the switch over to Cyndaquil, it becomes basically a no-brainer, and everything in your party, sans that Bidoof, can evolve. You instantly gain like 10 levels. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. It helps out a lot with the fight too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, I was just saying it's really nice to have the early experience because it makes these fights kind of trivial. They used to be a little bit random and annoying.
I'll just buy right now, why not?
Sure.
I'll just skip my next buy.
And we are looking for 500 research points here, which will easily be accomplished. Cyndaquil has got a full at least 200. Usually it's a bit more. And then definitely going to get at least, the 200 from the other Pokemon. Yeah, 570, totally fine.
A little low, but that's okay.
Yeah, again, a lot of this run is about kind of just jumping between the maps as fast as you can, and because typically it's faster to research Pokemon on the later maps. The more Pokemon you try and force in an area, the less research you can possibly complete. Shouts to Keyzeron, but it's kind of just like get to the next map, get more diverse Pokemon, catch them, and then get to the next map, more diverse Pokemon, catch them.
Okay, so we're talking about research, and I do not have a heavy Bidoof yet, so I'm hoping I get one soon. That's one of the research tasks.
Yeah, you have like one Bidoof so far, so...
Yeah, with only one card, it's not super likely that it's heavy.
Yeah, that's okay. It's normal, but it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, a lot of the tasks are random. For example, there's often tasks for like catch a Shinx that's male, catch a Shinx that's female, and you get 10 research points for it. You can skip doing some stuff if you get lucky on those kind of tasks. Bidoof's kind of one of the bigger culprits of it because there's kind of 2 RNG tasks that you need to hit. We're going to catch 6 Bidoofs total. and you really want one of them to be heavy, and you really want like a male and a female, so you can get your 20 research points for those 2 tasks. If you don't get those, you're gonna have to KO a Bidoof later, which is slow, just because you kind of have to go out of your way to knock out the Bidoof, which takes 10 or 20 seconds, where you could just get lucky on the 2 tasks.
So now we will be asked. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we will be asked to fight the rival right now. Fun fact: these rival fights are pretty much always losable. But since we just gained so much EXP, it's actually faster to just go in and one-shot it.
And it's very good. I mentioned earlier, it's really, really, really good that all those, the 2 of those Beetaflies, the first 2 I fought were level 22. That's the highest level they can possibly be. Because if you're level 17 here, you have to use Strong Ember because you don't have Flame Wheel yet. And it's really, really, I think it's a range. It's a really bad range, generally. Like, it's not a range you want to go for if you can help it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Pikachu can Thunder Wave you and make you never move. It's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that has happened to me. But
yeah, the Flame Wheel.
Not only this fight, there's like several upcoming fights where the EXP boost kind of still lingers, and we actually save a lot of time compared to the old route.
Because the old route, I think for Munchlax, you had to do 3 Aqua Jets with Oshawott, then you had to like switch to Buizel and do 4 Aqua Jets with Buizel or something like that. Like, it took a lot of turns to take down that Munchlax.
It did,
yeah. It did get a lot of research on Pokemon, but like, again, it's probably better just push the research back and have the fights be a bit faster. It's kind of been the kind of new idea with this route change. Yeah. We also used to teach Fang moves to the Shinx in order to help us.
Yeah, that takes some time as well.
Yeah, because we had to kind of use other Pokemon. Again, the big component of this game is the fact that because of the way that the speed turns and the battling works, you can't solo it with one Pokemon, like a typical Pokemon speedrun. So we would kind of get Fire Fang and Ice Fang on Shinx so that it could be used to battle certain Pokemon, and obviously that's slow, we can skip that now, but previously that was kind of the idea for some of the fights.
Another thing
Shane,
about...
you wanna explain strong and agile moves?
Yeah, I can do that in a second.
Okay.
But yeah, another thing about battles in this game that you might have noticed, that there's no setting to turn off move animations, unlike in like every other Pokemon game except for like the stadium games. That means that the amount of turns a battle takes actually has a big impact on your time, and that's one of the reasons why, for example, when we when we were talking about doing research in battle, it's not such a great idea. You'd rather just do them outside of battle. Because if you can help it and you can save turns, it's usually just much faster.
Yeah, but it's actually kind of funny in Pokemon Coliseum. One of the reasons why we run Quilava is because Flame Wheel is such a fast animation, especially when you compare it to Surf hitting multiple Pokemon. So Quilava helping us with the animations in 2 Pokemon speedruns.
They had the crouch cancels.
Yeah, those are the 2 crouch cancels I was talking about on this day that are very, very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the top left of the screen, but I did get my heavy Bidoof, so we're good.
Yeah. Now, did you get the male and the female, though? Or could that possibly be a fun one?
I've had 6 of all one gender before, so it's possible. And plus, actually something important to note, getting 2 different forms never shows up on the top left.
Yeah, that's a thing in this game.
Oh, I never knew that. Okay.
So you won't know unless you check research.
Yeah,
so one thing about moves in this fight, we were talking about the speed values and stuff. All the moves that flinch in the normal games, well, we don't get to see it here. We got an unlucky crit actually, but you're supposed to. Munchlax is supposed to leave that, and since we use those flinch moves, it actually gives our turns like priority, and we would get to move twice in a row there. The reason why that crit sucks is because now we don't get one of the bites on Luxio, which kinda is good. We save time, but then like we still have to lose the time again because it's still a planned poke that we have to finish somehow.
intending to kill Munchlax on that turn. That's the thing.
Yeah, so the research for Luxio that you typically do is you use 3 Thunderfangs, that will get you 40 research. You use 3 Bites, that'll get you 20 research. You catch one, that's 20. And you evolve one, and that's 20. And you get a perfect 100, you get the 100 bonus for 200 total, you move on. Now with being a bite short, you're going to be at 90 research. So now you have to start thinking about things like, okay, can I bite another wild Pokemon? Maybe it's better for me to catch another Luxio later. And this is kind of like where the adapting on the fly starts to set in, because now you have to make up that research somehow. How are you going to pull that off? So that's what makes this run kind of interesting, is the kind of randomness that you have to have methods to deal with. So we'll see what House decides to do. But
speaking of randomness,
yeah, feeding it.
Sometimes it's just very few to eat.
Oh my god, are you serious?
The other one just didn't get in the ball either. Okay, there's the 2 feeds.
Yeah.
So yeah, the strat for crickets, feed 2 there, and sometimes they just don't want to eat the food for no reason. Man, you have like 900 spoiled apricorns. Do you want to use like 4 on each Geodude? Probably be fine.
I guess you get one.
My goodness. I think you have like 7 already. Yeah, grabbing the...
Probably one of the better ways to make up the missed move earlier is to use it on some random wild poke while passing by, especially before rear deal, because you can only walk right now anyway, so you can just use it on a wild and then run out of the battle. That doesn't lose that much time. It might even save time overall, like getting the crit, I'm not sure. That would have to be timed.
Yeah, it's like kind of interesting. The reason why it's kind of nice to use on the Munchlax fight is because you get to just attack twice in a row. You don't have to see the Munchlax.
It's really quick.
Yeah, I've started actually using Bite on turn 1 just in case I get the crit, because getting the crit's actually kind of just annoying to deal with.
Yeah, Bite also is an original flinch move, so...
Yeah, it's the same speed order, so it doesn't make a difference if you use on turn 1 or 3.
Okay,
coming up with Alpha fight with Cricketan.
Yeah. This one is really easy with our over-leveled Quilava. But yeah, I was requested to talk about the agile and strong style moves, so I guess this is a good opportunity to demonstrate how they work. As long as we don't go first in this battle, which is usually not the case. Alright, you had a fast Quilava. We will see. Yeah, we do go first here. But normally Cricketan moves first, and then you get to use the agile move. And what the agile move does is it actually lowers the speed of the target. And by doing that, we get 2 moves in a row, and we get to just finish this fight. Now this was kind of awkward because first of all we went first, and I guess we also misclicked quick attack, so unlucky, but that's still quite the easy fight, even with that.
Yeah.
Lost 1 turn.
Yeah, the fight used to be kind of a run killer in the Oshawott route. Just because, like, you know, alphas have like an Omni boost, I'm pretty sure, so...
Yeah, they have like higher attack and defense.
You'd have to like either 1 hope that you got Ponyta, or 2 hope that your Starly is able to take it out before you die. Yeah, one of the downsides of the strong and agile moves is they play an animation when you use them, which is slower than just like using an attack.
Yeah, it's
so you
like
want
3
to avoid
seconds.
them if you can. Yeah. But there's like benefits, like you get research points, for example, for using strong and agile moves. I think Quilava actually gets research points for both strong and agile, so it's definitely worth using them with the Quilava for those research points. And then other
I
thing,
needed to use one of those. Oops.
Yeah, you also get to use it on the Glaceon, so I think you're fine. But yeah, a little bit awkward not getting them there. But yeah, again, research always on the back of your mind. So right now, Quilava is sitting on, I think, 60 research, Ember plus
2 Embers, 1 Flame Wheel.
Yeah, I think you're like totally fine on Quilava. You're at like 70 already, and then you'll get the
Quilava is very easy to finish.
Yeah, Quilava is one of those Pokemon that you kind of tend to like get extra research on, because like just finishing a certain amount of Pokemon isn't going to be enough to get the like expected research. You want like more on some
Oh, I was done.
Pokemon.
Cool.
Oh, already done. Yeah.
I guess quick attack is quick attack a task.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I guess that made up the research then.
Yeah, that's. I know that because we were like figuring out the ways to do no research on the day 4 that might come up this run. But basically, if you don't do any research on a given day and you don't catch any pokes, you skip all the screens at the end of the day giving you the results, and that saves like 12 seconds. So we had to figure out a way to kill the Glaceon without doing any research, and we can't use quick attack because it would give research. The only real way to do it was to use like I think Ember into rollout if you have like them at the correct tiers.
I should be fine to do that still, because I use 2 embers.
Yeah, as long as you get like the level 18 Pikachu fight, then you have Flame Wheel used, and then you only have 2 embers.
Yeah, it's pretty
Remember
easy to like
quick
finish these
attack
research
without
tasks.
without like being seen.
Oh yeah, because the one broke out.
And there, I don't have 2 different forms right now.
Yeah. Again, tracking research on the Pokemon, very important. Kricketot's kind of like an annoying one if one of them breaks out, because normally you just finish it almost instantly when you're running through that second Fieldlands visit, but sometimes one of them breaks out and you have to make it up later, which there's plenty of places for. But...
Although that's a really short walk, it's actually slightly faster to warp there.
I thought it's like pretty much the same. I tried to time it, so I just walk.
It's close enough to where like it's probably easier to just warp.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, one of the things. Yeah, for sure. Like if it doesn't matter, then you can do either or. I just feel like walking is less likely to mess up. I don't know. But yeah, one of the things we like make it easier for us to track research, as at least Hawk and I do this. We actually scroll through the decks at the end of each day, unless it's like a very clear case and we know everything. Then we can like save a clip of the scrolling using OBS, and we can look at it like frame by frame. And while we are sitting in the cutscene smashing, we can just exactly see where our research is at.
Yeah, that's what I was doing just now when I was looking at Kricketot and all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the things that, so like this game gets compared a lot speedrunning wise to the Let's Go speedrun, because it has a very similar, the sort of quote unquote Pokemon part of the game in terms of battles is very secondary, and the catching and research points are very much the forefront of the run. But we can't exactly like track every single individual research task that we get, at least not in real time as we do it. We do have resources out there. Shout out to Corvame, who made an amazing, essentially database of all the research points that allows you to like, you know, mark a task as done or not done and all that stuff, and it adds up your points for you. In reality, we could, in theory, use that and track as we go, but there's just so many different things, and it's like, it's just not really in a consumable format to be able to actually track every single thing as we do it. So you really have to sort of, yeah, it's way too hard. You really have to use the number that you have, use the scrolling method like Halq and Shady use to really figure out what you do. And sometimes you can just sort of ballpark it and assume that you know what you have and what you don't. Usually it won't be an issue until you're at like the end of the third area, because that's when you really need to know, like, what do I still need? What do I still have to do? What can I skip? And sometimes even having more research points than you think you're supposed to have can be a really bad thing, as Shen has run into fairly recently.
Wait. What are you talking about with me?
Because you had the run where you had finished a Pokemon that you weren't supposed to have finished.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, sometimes you like expect to get research points later, but you've already gotten the research points. That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
Very awkward when that happens.
So that door I just walked out of, leaving the Galaxy HQ, that's not a door. That is actually a cutscene trigger. So there's a reason why that's the only door that's worth crouch canceling, because it's not doesn't have the same properties as every other door.
Yeah.
It's easier to just think about it as like just not a door.
Yeah, that cutscene introduces us to the great scammer of the game, Bagging. We don't use it at all in any peasant run, but basically you can pay up to $1 million Poké to get a singular backspace from him.
Good.
I'm so excited for the future all bag speedruns.
Yep,
Just
we need to figure out whether you can
10
skip the
hours.
$1 million. Yeah, we need to figure out whether we can skip the $1 million purchase by having a full inventory when going to the Alga battle.
I just don't think it's gonna work. I'm a hater. I don't think that's gonna work.
No, yeah.
Oh, we got the Paris. That's just nice for some research points.
I'm gonna get this one.
Yeah. Needs to catch this cricket unspotted because didn't get the male female.
And then we fucking run out.
Yeah, this is awkward. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna feed it.
It's also worth noting we have to go through this area twice. But Halq is opting, even though he's getting a bit of bad luck here, opting to do it now. Because the second time through, we're gonna have our ride Pokemon. We're gonna have Weirdeer, which is sort of like the bike in the game. And in order to catch Pokemon while on Weirdeer, you have to get off Weirdeer. You can't throw a Pokeball.
That was
so,
unspotted? Oh my god.
Yeah.
So we want to take the time to catch the Pokemon now, so we can just sort of blitz through here later.
I could have just caught it in
unfortunate
Crimson.
there.
I'll probably still do that in Crimson, actually.
Yeah. Could even just
We have
feed
heavy
it
Bidoof.
Crimson. Like 2 feeds would work too, potentially. Why
Yeah,
not
I have
faster?
Cool.
Alphas being annoying as always. Yeah, alphas have a mechanic where whenever they like aggro onto you, they like growl and knock you down. Typically you can skip it, but sometimes that the barrel is just a troll and runs over and knocks you over for no reason.
Yeah, that hitbox on the shout is actually extremely active. Like it lasts for at least a second, probably longer.
Yeah, it's
Like-
weird. You can't even roll through it.
Yeah, you cannot roll through it because it lasts longer than the iframes of the roll. Right.
Yeah, here's where Halq's making up
This
the
is where we
buddy.
do our bite, okay. That's
That's
a way to do it. Yeah, if you got the backstrike, it would have been better.
Mm-hmm. It's not too big a deal though. You can also just like run while the fight's going on, so you can at least make distance on going to objectives.
Yeah, Psyduck has an interesting. I know a few Pokemon do have an interesting research task combination. So you get points both for KOing Psyduck, but also KOing it with a electric move. So you actually get 30 points for that one fight, rather than just the 20 for doing it with an electric move, or 10 just for doing it by itself. And so you pair that with also using Thunder Fangs and using the bite there, and that fight overall just probably netted us close to like 60 points.
Yeah, because you also get points for the using Thunderfang with Luxio, so it's like even multiple Pokemon that are getting the points. Yeah, Psyduck's one of those Pokemon that has a lot of ways that you can do the research. Like you can catch 3, feed 3, KO 1 with Thunderfang. You can catch 1, feed 3, KO 2 with Thunderfang. You can catch 3, feed 1, KO 2 with Thunderfang. Like you have so many options that
You can get a heavy one randomly.
yeah, heavy can help you out, and maybe you can skip another task as well. You just have so many options with Psyduck that it ends up being a nice Pokemon to kind of like adapt to. It's like, okay, well, I only got 1 Psyduck spawn. I guess I'll feed it 3 times and only catch the 1, and I'll just Thunderfang 1 later. And you can kind of make decisions based off the RNG on the spawns that you get. The big RNG component of this segment, the Wurmple evolutions.
I was gonna say that I wanted a split evolution here, but I did not actually end up catching a Silcoon in the wild, so
Yeah.
don't care at this point.
Yeah, earlier on, we used to be very picky with our Wurmple evos. Now they're
Okay,
pretty
so
much
I
all
have
like
logs set
flying.
up if I can catch one more Silcoon on the final day, which I might go for actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
technically the best possible setup that you can have is, I believe, 2 Cascoons, 1 Silcoon, because...
Yeah, that's what I have here.
Yep, because 2 Cascoons just basically finish immediately once you get those 2 evolutions. And then the Silcoon is going to be easier to finish because Silcoon will appear in the wild. You don't have a chance at catching Cascoon in order to finish it, but Silcoon you have a chance to see a spawn. So hopefully it just sees a spawn in the final day, which is, again, random, but possible.
But yeah, that catching was terrible.
Did you get the research
The whole
done?
forest was extremely, extremely bad. But we were
You
all
still need
caught
to
up now
do
on
things.
everything.
Okay.
If you crit the Gumi, I was gonna laugh so much.
I crit the Gumi recently. It was not fun.
Yeah. Okay,
Twice
there's the
in a row.
free.
That worked
do
me
something.
caught up.
Yeah. So now Luxio is totally finished. Got the 3 Thunder Fangs, the 3 Bites, the Catch and the Evolve. Luxio is done. Don't have to think about it anymore.
So I evolved
Complication was
Bidoof.
that 2nd bite.
Yeah, I evolved Bidoof at level 15 specifically because if you do that, it'll evolve into Barrel and no Water Pulse already. If you evolve it any later than that, you'll have to go into its past move list and teach Water Pulse, which takes like 10 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I've been semi-experimenting with a strat where you actually don't evolve the Bidoof until just before the Ursaluna fight, and then you teach Aqua Tail for 20 research, but it's not the most incredible strat because I've now missed 2 in a row and am not happy about it.
Yeah, the Water Pulse is good because by the time you get to the Ursaluna fight in the next area, you have mastered Water Pulse, so you can use it Agile and then Strong to finish the fight.
Yeah, sometimes you get the sneaky Agile Water Pulse, Strong
Slow
Water
Crouch.
Pulse combo. Nice, yeah.
That's just the first one.
Yeah,
I
that's my
love
first
the
crouch.
slow crouches just because it really punishes you. It's like, yes, just stand up. Talk
Once you
talk
think
Kick
to
in
me
the
about
face.
Didn't finish Psyduck somehow.
Psyduck
I
is
have enough points to
good.
rank up at least.
I mean, you could finish Psyduck in Crimson, I guess, if you want to go for no research, but I don't know. You kind of want to catch a Silcoon as well?
Yeah, we'll see. Let me see what I need from it.
Yeah, I didn't see how many research points you had on Duck, but
My duck is rank 9, so I can feed it one more time and be fine.
yeah.
Because I only caught 1. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Or I could just defeat another one with an electric move. I don't know. That's kind of
Yeah.
slow, though.
Several
But catching
options.
can yeah, feeding's consistent, so I'll just do that.
Yeah. You finished Bunny, right?
Yeah, Bunny's done.
Okay, yeah. So typically when you're doing these feeding tasks, you want to like overlap the Pokemon because feeding is really slow. You have to like sit there and wait for the Pokemon to walk over the food and eat it, and then half the time it doesn't even walk over to the food. So typically you want to try and combine the feeding tasks, and
Holy snapback.
it kind of sucks when you have to just like wait on one Pokemon to eat. So hopefully it doesn't get too poorly with the Psyduck, where you just get the quick feed while you're running away.
Yeah, I'm going to have to catch a Kricketot anyway, because, yeah, that was not a unspotted Kricketot, nor was it a different form, so I have 3 that are all the same gender.
Yeah. Could potentially opt to evolve Kricketot later, but that's obviously slower, but
It's only
another
level 10, it's not
possible
that bad.
yeah.
Like, for a marathon, for the sake of finishing, I'm totally down to do that if I have to, but...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always nice that you have options. Like, you're typically not like forced to do like one research task because Pokemon just have so many different tasks that you can do. So it's really just kind of like weighting different things. It's like, okay, if I have a position where I can catch my Kricketot unspotted, I'll catch it. Otherwise, maybe I'll feed it again to get the research. If I can't do either, maybe I'm just forced to evolve it at that point. But it's very much a game of judging the options and picking the fastest one or the most consistent.
Since I'm guaranteed doing research on this day, I'm going to go down and get one of the Geodudes from the alternate path.
Yeah. Did already have one heavy Geodude, so could potentially get a nice task here if you get the double heavy Geodude, which that would be 20 points, allowing you to skip seeing one jump out of a rock. Or
I've already
evolving
seen one
it.
jump out of a rock, though.
Oh, true.
They
Yeah,
might
you have.
also become heavy gravelers, which would
Oh, yeah,
skip
true.
a requirement
Yeah.
on that as well.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
think in my
typically-
Japanese run, I actually got 2 heavies.
Yeah, it's super nice when you have 2 heavies, because it just also instantly finishes Graveler, because you effectively like do the same research tasks for both. Yeah, finally grabbing those Pokeballs from storage, kind of needed them there. And off we go on Wardier, aka the bike. Gonna sneak attack these Geodudes. That may have been heavy, hard to tell. It did get in, that's what mattered. And nice, it was heavy, yeah. It did look a tad big. So both Geodudes being heavy is an instant finish on Graveler once they're both evolved, and also got the Cricket Tot unspotted, which is perfect. Doesn't have to deal with that anymore. So really, really good start to the segment. The other things that Halqery has on his mind is the Psyduck feed or KO, whichever one decides to go for. And also, it would be very nice to find a Silkin during this segment. So that's all the stuff kind of being thought about here. So Psyduck's going to the food. Will it actually eat it? It will. Perfect. And there's a Silkin. So every single component working out. If this gets in, this is great.
Silcoon is sometimes hard to catch.
Oh my goodness, that was a perfect segment. Really fast as well. Like very clean, like moving through, no backtracking. Got literally every component that was that was kind of on the mind. So really, really good there. And into
that was really good. That cleaned up a lot for me and makes me feel a lot better about this run.
Yeah, that was really good.
So we're really ahead on points. Because the way the route is laid out, like if you go to speedrun.com, Shady just uploaded our route to the guides section of SRC. And it's laid out where you have these 28 Pokemon that you always finish. And then you have like 11, then you have to do like 11-ish Pokemon on your own that are optional. You have to pick 11 that you're going to do, basically. Doesn't matter, I'll choose Ember. The burn is so bad. Probably should have just used Flame though. It's going to take damage right here. And it got a crit on me.
And it's going to double attack. Uses whatever it is, quick attack, so it gets the priority turn order.
That's Flame will not
no
have
way
a
to
burn
get a double
chance.
turn on this. I think Flame does have a burn chance actually, but there's no way to get a double turn on Glaceon with this Quilava. I'm pretty sure.
I think they're both 10% to burn. Actually, I think Flame Wheel's 30%. Yeah, I think Flame Wheel's actually more likely to burn. But it might actually kill.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Flame Wheel's a 30% burn. I think Ember's 10 or 20. But that obviously may have changed in Legends Arceus.
Actually, I said no.
That's one of the worst prompts to say no on.
Yeah, because you have to manually move around the little bucket there. Because if you just sit there and mash it, you'll talk to Arita, and Arita doesn't trigger the fight.
Yeah.
Liam will just shout at you for saying no right before the fight.
Yeah, mashing in this game is kind of a meme. You kind of just like wiggle your finger between A and B, and because you need to be holding one of the buttons for the text to scroll faster, and you need to be like mashing fast, obviously, to click through the text boxes.
Here we have the first real boss fight of this game. These are quite fun to do and unique to this game.
There's a premium strat you'll see here too with the little safe spot where the Scyther can't hit you, so you can just spam throw while it bonks into the rock. And I love this little strat too. You throw them up in the air because it's invincible during that little cry.
We're a little too far away, so it went for the charge attack instead of the whirlwind attack. It's not a big deal. We just have to do an extra dodge, and the dodging is time that you cannot be attacking during, so it's slight time loss.
Yeah, that was still like a really good cleaver. Maybe lost like a couple.
Not getting hit is the biggest thing.
So it's gonna be kind of awkward here because I have to evolve the Silcoon before I leave, and then I have to evolve the Cascoon specifically during the night segment in this next area, or before the next area.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to open up the menu twice for evolution.
Luckily, that's not too bad.
I don't. Wait, does Beautifly even have a day task? Maybe it does.
Yeah, Beautifly is day.
Yeah.
You did use 2 rollouts though. I don't know if that makes up for the daytime research.
I mean, I could just catch 2 Beautiflies, but I'd rather not.
I'd rather just yeah, take the points and lose the 0.5 seconds to opening the menu.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably just worth the time loss, honestly.
Catching Beautiflies in the third area is really, really bad. It's really, really difficult. So
Yeah.
that's another benefit of the setup that we have here with our Worm
Yeah.
Combos, is that we don't have to catch 2 Beautiflies. We only have to catch 1. I could bring Silcoon with me to like Crimson Island. That's probably not a good idea. I don't know. It's that, like we said, Silcoon and Beautifly, that whole line, after they evolve, they have a caught during the daytime modifier, which even counts if you evolve it into it. And then the Cascoon line has the opposite. They have a night modifier, or a night's task that gets completed even with an evolution. Much better.
Yeah, so one of the strats coming up is the game itself is gonna like go to nighttime, because again, changing your time is slow. So waiting for the game to like just be at nighttime, which it will be during a cutscene coming up, and then you can just evolve the Cascoon there. So that's what the waiting for is going to accomplish.
This does not count as night, by the way. Evening, everything that is not like easily considered night is day. So if I were to evolve it now, I wouldn't get it.
Yeah, you can always see it in the map menu. You can see in the top right what your time of day is. You need to see like the moon symbol for it to count as
If the moon's
nighttime.
not there, it's not night.
Yeah, it's actually kind of annoying because sometimes you'll be like, "Is it nighttime? Am I good now?"
I forgot I just barely had enough points after the third day. I had 18 and 10.
Yeah, it's definitely worth getting the like upgraded task things, because it increases your catch rate, right? As your
actually the rank only like affects catch rate on things that are higher level, so it only gives you a debuff, and nothing here is like debuffed even with rank 1.
Okay.
Basically, if there was something in 35 that was like level 35 I'm trying to catch in Crimson Mirelands, it would have like a -1 modifier. But if I rank up to rank 3 and then go back in here and try to catch that level 35 Pokemon, it would be normal.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it matters more for Mirelands when you're catching like the Cricketots, for example. You have the higher level.
Oh yeah, those are in the 40s.
Or Cricketoons. So it does matter to get the
the Cricketoons always have a minus modifier. It just isn't really relevant what rank we are, because we cannot be any other rank than like rank 2 there.
You could, it'll just be very, very slow. You could be ranked like 9 by the time you leave Obsidian Fieldlands somehow.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because now I'm going to evolve my Cascoon and my Starly.
Yeah,
and I need to make sure I teach my Cascoon Poison Powder. Because that's what we're going to be using to complete Dustox here. We need to use 1 strong Poison Powder at least. And if we do 1, we have to catch another Dustox later. Or we can do 3 strong Poison Powders and not have to catch a second Dustox. It'll just depend on... I forgot to start. It'll just depend on what RNG we get, basically. Like if Ursaluna, which is where we're going to be doing the first strong Poison Powder, if Ursaluna takes a long time to kill Dustox, I'm going to go for a second strong Poison Powder. And then do a third one later on a passing by Pokemon. But if it kills me fast, then, I'll just catch another Dustox. I'm not going to do Quilava strats today. Or not, yeah, Quilava strats. It's been recently theorized that Quilava can help you do the third area a little bit faster, but I think it's a range even, so I don't want to deal with that.
That whole thing is that you do have the extra party space, in my opinion, to just keep it around, and then if you don't want to go for it, then you don't go for it. But yeah. I mean, I guess now you can have all the 3 Geodudes in your party. That's the difference, but
Yeah, the problem with the Geodudes is
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
specifically which two are the
basically-
heavies. I know the last one is a heavy, the last one I caught, but I don't know which of the first two was a
It was
heavy.
the first one that you caught was the heavy, because we
Okay.
didn't even see if the second one was heavy because you went into the cutscene. Because the second one you caught was right before the Kricketune cutscene.
Oh, so you saw the heavy thing pop up?
Heavy popped up on the first one, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. All right, Ginter.
Here. Yep. This is a addition as well. We got this Ginter shop, which is essentially RNG. Here, the best thing we got was some Pokeballs. It's 50% off compared to the normal shop. But if you get lucky, you can find items that you cannot buy without like upgrading your
79 Pokeballs,
You
dude.
can't buy it from the shop at all.
Yeah,
That's
like Great Balls are
probably
amazing.
enough for the entire run.
You can get like what Great Balls and like Feather Balls, I think, are the ones that you would kind of want there.
Yeah,
Pokeballs are
stealth praise, and hobo berries, raspberries, and all those
Yeah, there's actually quite
different
a bit.
Pokeballs.
Yeah, you're right.
Quite a few items that you wanna get. I don't recommend getting feather balls because those actually have a reduced catch rate unless you're throwing it at one of those flying pokes that we don't catch in any percent.
Yeah, fair. They're kind of nice for like the water section, but not super important.
Yeah, they are. I like them casually, but once I saw that they have a reduced catch rate, I kind of stopped caring about them.
So this is a battle.
It's
we don't
also
win.
slow to aim them.
We don't need to win this fight, but we do need to get quick attacks on Shinx to finish Shinx up. So we're gonna go for a quick attack until we die here.
Yeah,
That's one of the. It's like the best thing we can do while waiting to die. It's one of my least favorite parts about this RNG wise is these fights because they might lose you like 30 seconds out of nowhere, like in a single battle.
yeah. I had one run where this mime quadruple missed Hypnosis, and I
My
had
God.
like a 9-turn fight. It's like, just come on, use the move.
Yeah, we're getting. At least we got the Zen headbutt quite quickly, but we didn't get our second quick attack off.
And now if Togepi instantly Draining Kisses me, which it has done like the last 3 times, it'll be really awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still likely finish it in Cobalt because there's another loss fight there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That Glaceon hardly ever goes for Ice Beam first.
And worst case scenario, you can always just evolve the Shinx, which loses like 20 seconds, but
Yeah, that would have
Could be
actually been a
worse.
solution to the Luxio issue that I had.
yeah, true. Could have just combined it with that.
I was thinking about that, but then I was like, I don't want to risk that and then have like the lose fights take 1,000 turns and get like 8 quick attacks or something.
Yeah, there's just so much to think about, and like a lot of the time you could kind of take risks, but it just doesn't add up to be worth it. Because later on, if you ended up needing the evolution and you they're not needing the evolution, and you were like, oh, I skipped the bait on Luxio, I just have to evolve now. A nice inventory management there, dumping everything in the bin.
My monitor went black again. I don't know why it does that.
That's annoying.
And my OBS was hidden. So
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
hopefully it's still
Not
displaying
doing
on
the
stream. It just doesn't output to my monitor for some reason.
Yeah, I'm stealing that movement. Those bridges are probably the hardest boss in the game. I typically try and battle them, but I'm gonna start skipping that now because that was a lot smarter than going through the boss fight.
Yeah, I don't remember what I did, but you can just run across that water. You don't have to jump. I can't remember if I jumped or not.
Yeah, you jumped, but I mean it doesn't really matter. Like those bridges, like I can't explain them. I don't know who built them. They're
There's hardly
it's
enough
impossible.
room for one person. IRL, I'd fall off. They're literal
Yeah.
balance beams.
Now you're trying to go over them on a deer.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't really help at all.
Yeah, there's probably like a weight limit or something, and it just shoves you off on the deer.
It should break.
Or at least
We do
faster
not
than the
turn this
Togepi
game.
here,
We do
so
not
that's
turn this
good.
game.
Unlucky. Well,
Tank level 6? Darn.
we still have like 2 chances to get the last quick attack. Otherwise, we need to use it manually.
Yeah.
pass by.
It's just one of those things like worst case scenario, you just backstrike something with the Shanks, use quick attack. Like it's not the biggest deal. Like as like in combination, like if you just take a turn 1 death and then get the quick attack later, it's probably just as fast as getting the quick attack on a later fight. It would have been nice to use on the Togepi there. Just not have to deal with it anymore. It's just one of those things where it's like now there's another thing that Halqery has to think about later, which is the Shanks quick attack. And grabbing a couple Pokemon out here. Only needs these 3 and grab the Geodudes. It was the first one, yeah. There you go.
I'll just grab the third one just because.
Yeah, fair. As one. And off we go.
I don't have any mud balls. I don't want to do Carnivine. I don't have enough stuns.
Yeah.
I have almost enough stuns. If I had one more stun to my name right now, I would totally do it.
Yeah, a cool strat you can do with Carnivine that I haven't really timed yet, but I've been kind of experimenting with, is you bring it to the Ursaluna fight and you use Strong Acid Spray on Ursaluna, and that gets you 20 research to make up for the
and
stun.
A defense drop, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and it lets you get the Oko with Water Pulse after you use it. So it's kind of a decent idea, but it's obviously slower because you have to, 1, have a party space, 2, have the Carnivine go to the party space.
2, catch a Carnivine.
3, catch a Carnivine. And 4, not get crit by Slash on Ursaluna when it uses Slash against your Carnivine. So there's a lot of components to it, but if it works out, it's definitely a nice way to save the stun, which can help. Anyway, speaking of fights that have, a fun component. Nice. Alright. No fun components. This, if this Toxicroak is angry, your Saravia just dies, and this fight goes really poorly.
Yeah, Toxicroak went for a what we call a fun cancel there. Used a move that has a 1 in 24 chance to crit, and if it crits me, this fight becomes very, very awkward. And I have to go back and heal, and life's just pain in that case.
Yeah, it's just very annoying and very random, but luckily it didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad to catch the Carnivine into the party right there, because you can make an empty slot, and if you stun it and catch it, stunning actually is a triple multiplier on catch rate.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually big.
Yeah. It's a neat idea, but it's not like super, super fleshed out yet. But that's part of the fun of this game, is coming up with a bunch of ideas, because...
Yeah, routing has been a blast for sure.
Yeah, this game is absolutely not solved right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've even been finding strategies, even this week, and I mean, we had a massive reroute with Cyndaquil early game recently as well. Something you'll probably notice throughout this segment is picking up Castor Ferns and also hitting some Hopo Berry trees. We mentioned earlier, the crafting and how that's a sizable component of this run. 2 of the items that Halqery is going to be trying to get are Stealth Sprays, which you need 1 Hopo Berry and 3 of the purple flowers, I forget what they're called, in order to craft.
Bugworts.
Bugworts, yeah. You need 3 of those, so that's one of the things that we'll be kind of seeing Halqery pick up. And then the other thing is...
Thule, by the way, earlier.
Earlier bought some of those items in order to get a kind of a start on getting a Stealth Spray stack. I think you get 4 of them from that shop, and then you pick up the rest.
Yeah, and that also ties into why getting a Stealth Spray set from Ginter is so powerful. 1, it's half the price compared to if you were to just buy the crafting components separately. 2, it gives you 5, and 3, they're pre-made, so that's also just really good.
Yeah, not good, and then craft them.
I'm going to talk to the professor now. What this is going to do is this is going to release all the unknown into the world. There's an unknown on Sledge Mount I can go for if Teddy Ursa is really, really trolly up here. I can go for the backup Teddy Ursa spot without losing really any time. I can catch the unknown while the unknown's getting in the ball. I can head to the Teddy Ursa spot. So it's just a little bit of insurance. This is something I was going to have to watch anyway.
Yeah, just no time lost at the cutscene now. And here we will get to see the power of stealth sprays coming up. They're a really cool item, and they definitely speed up the run. They're worth the time investment of getting all those components. Nice Geodude, unfortunate.
Yeah, it was about a 75% chance to get a Geodude, so that's fine.
Yeah. The other thing is you'll just get Graveler naturally finished anyway from the 2 heavy Geodude.
Yeah, should be. So yeah. Now that
So,
we
yeah.
use the Steel Spray, we actually produce no sounds when we are walking around. There's like 2 ways the Pokemon notice you. One of them is by hearing, that will make them turn towards you, and the other way is like seeing.
Yeah.
And hearing is what like stops the game from giving you the research tasks for unspotted. So that's why the Stealth Spray is very important. Just make sure you don't walk inside of them.
Yeah. It's also really funny, like not only does it remove the sound from your walking, it also removes the like deer sounds that the Pokemon would normally be hearing, because for whatever reason, even on word you're still stealthy, so.
This run is brought to you by lagless capture cards, because my monitor went black when I was running over to those other Crickettoons.
Oh, that's scary.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that today. It's really concerning. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, something nice here. One of the tasks for Pachirisu is feeding and the alpha count, so you can also just feed it, which is really nice. Just waiting until we see one of the Pachirisus getting in the ball before running away. There we go. Okay.
You can catch that alpha. I've done it before.
Yeah.
I haven't had that happen yet.
Something nice
That's
here
gross.
is that little rock smash rock that Halqery just broke. That always gives you 3 iron, and there's also going to be another one later. Ooh, that's
That
unfortunate.
was really strange. I like slid off. Whatever. It's a
Yeah.
10-second time loss to fall in the water and drown.
Yeah, it's not too big of a deal. But yeah, those rock smash rocks always give you iron chunks. That one gives you 3, and there's another one later that gives you 5. So you can get a bunch of iron, which is used to craft the better balls, which is really helpful. So it's one of the better ways to get that. Go ahead and try and backsmack this Krogunk. Maybe just get that for some free research.
Oh. This
Going
section used to be one of the most painful parts of this area at the very least. Here we have the Alpha Hippowdon herd with the hippopotamus around it. They have a weird mechanic where they actually will eventually spot you as long as you like feed them enough times or something like that. Like it seems random, but it happens after a certain amount of time. And
Yeah, they're being a pain now. They've all aggroed.
I was gonna say once you aggro one, they tell their friends. So
yeah, that's how they work.
I played that very badly. I could have avoided eyesight a little bit longer, but I messed up. But it's fine, because there are more hippopotamuses in Coronet Highlands, and I'll catch my third.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like the big thing that made this much better, realizing that we only really need to feed 2, catch 2 here, or even feed 2 and maybe catch 1 or something like that. We can just catch the rest in the Coronet Highlands, where we are gonna use a Steel Spray around that area anyway.
Dude, I barely got to master Poison Powder. I only caught 2 Crickettoons, so...
yeah, I don't know if we mentioned it, but you in order to use the agile and strong style, you have to master the move, which is like 5 or so levels after you've learned the move, or it could be up to 10 levels after.
Yeah, it's kind of like random based on the move.
If this does talk to us under level 20, we wouldn't be able to do the strong style. We could still poison powder, but it's not strong style.
Yeah, you just have to get a strong move, which loses time, but you're still waiting to take the death to the Ursaluna anyway, so it's just a small time loss.
Yeah, the master is just like a secondary learn set data that like you can find on Bulbapedia, for example. It's just arbitrary pretty much.
Yeah. Something else that's kind of funny about this game is like we don't go in and look at our Pokemon stats or anything, so you'll see a lot of the time Halqery just gonna be like, I'm gonna use Agile Style. Okay, don't get an extra turn, I'm gonna use regular.
It's very quick to see if you can get an extra turn from Agile, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's always just worth checking, so that's why it might look like it's like mismenuing, but really it's just checking to see if you got high enough speed in order to like skip a turn.
I think my issue
Going to stats is rather slow.
Yeah, my issue is level, because like I said, I only caught 2 of the Crickettoons, and catching a level 40 plus Pokemon yields a lot of experience to the team, but if you don't catch very many of them, that's less than you would expect to get. We want to catch 3 there, so I caught 2 unspotted, which is good. I don't think I can possibly be done with Kricketune right now. I think I do need to catch a 3rd.
Yeah, either catch a 3rd or I think feeding could work. I'm not actually sure.
Number defeated. Yeah, the best I can have right now is 80 points.
Yeah. Yeah, something that's nice with Kricketune is you always get to defeat one earlier, and that's research points on Kricketune, just because you have to fight the alpha, so you always have those points to kind of fall back on and potentially get a faster path of finishing. We'll just most likely see another Kricketune catch, which there's plenty of opportunity for later. There's like 3 or 4 more spots where they spawn.
Unfortunately, all of those pots are 1 in 3 chance, and I've had runs where I get none on day 2, and that's when I have to evolve a Kricketot.
Which, again, earlier with the Kricketot unspotted being an issue, could have just evolved one and gotten both done. So it's just one of those situations where there's like multiple ways to get the Pokemon, and just gotta figure out which one's the best.
This run's not too bad though. Like, we've had some hiccups here and there, but we've also had some really good luck, so it's balancing out pretty well.
Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah, Kricketune is rank 8, so I can just catch 1 and be done. Or evolve Kricketot, I guess. So I did actually get a chance to use 2 strong poison powders with my Dustox. So what I'll do now is I will not catch another Dustox. I will simply use Dustox strong poison powder on a passing Pokemon when I'm mounted on Basculegion, which we don't have yet.
That's smart.
On Basculegion, normal movement without the dash is really, really fast. It's still pretty fast without the dash, so that's the best time to use any moves. Teddy, I get 2 unseen Teddies. I did. Very good. I got a Graveler. I forgot.
Yeah, the Graveler was pretty funny. It's not something you normally catch with a Pokeball.
It doesn't really even help, but it's just funny.
Yeah. And it could help, you never know.
Yeah, if I don't get my levels where I want them to be or something, I don't know.
Yeah. There's always the chance as well that you get the research early and you can get Great Balls, but they were actually already past that opportunity.
I think I am going to do Carnivine today.
Okay.
It's kind of awkward doing it now, but it can be possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's plenty of spawns up there after Diamond Settlement, but before it there's one as well.
Tangle is kind of an interesting Pokemon. Oh, that's annoying. Right. You have to read this one because that one just decided to sprint across the whole map to there. Happens. But yeah, Tangle's a Pokemon that you nearly finished the research for. I don't think that was enough to finish the research for Tangela, and we're just going to forget about it until one of the fights later in the game where you have to fight one.
I cannot forget about it. I think that's rank 5 Tangela at best.
Yeah, I didn't actually see what kind of points you got on it.
I fed 2 and caught 1 unspotted.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Probably have to figure out.
I'll do it at the beginning of the next area. It's fine.
Yeah. Again, plenty of strategies.
You can catch any, unless you have extra slots, I guess.
I can leave.
Could always just feed it twice as well. Feed twice would work.
Yeah. There's 2 at the beginning of the next area.
Yeah.
I could either leave Staravia and the 3rd Geodude out of my inventory, out of my party, and catch them, or I can just feed them. I might just opt to feed them. I don't know. I'll see what the rank is and decide.
Yeah, so it's something that's awkward coming up, and the reason why it's like, oh, can I catch the Tangela later? You need party space because we need a Machop to go to the party. We actually need 2 Machops to go to the party. Yeah, there's the Cricket. Hopefully it gets in.
So that rock Hulk just broke. It's slightly out of the way, but it's worth it since it gives 5 iron chunks.
Gonna stun and KO the Carnivine here.
I guess the Kricketune broke out though.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
Lucky. Well, we still have a few more spawns. Yeah. Like right there. Okay, that's not a Kricketune.
Yeah, it's over there.
Well, there's yeah. Before we enter the boss fight, there's like 2 more spawns.
Yeah, I only have 64 Pokeballs, so I gotta be careful here.
But...
What really sucks is not having any more heavy balls. That's the real issue.
Really?
Okay. Oh
We're doing
wow.
this today.
I guess we're doing the Force Sun strat.
It is rare for these to break out, since
Yeah.
you're stunning them, and stunning is a good boost for them.
Oh, female can be. Could maybe evolve that later.
Og.
And going for another Carnivine. Have you caught the Carnivine yet? I didn't actually see.
No, I'm gonna catch the next one.
Okay.
Probably
Yeah,
should.
these ones are a little higher level, so typically you don't get the kill with the aerial ace. Yeah, not too bad. Using the aerial aces also finishes off Starabia. I think you need to use 3 total. You typically only get 2 of them off on the Toxicroak fight.
You get the 3rd one on like much later in Cobalt, unless you go for the new Quilla strat where you use strong flame wheel on it, which is like a pretty favorable range to kill.
Yeah.
Now,
but
the problem with
indeed,
not
if you don't have,
Carnivine is that I get absolutely no credit for it, because you don't get credit unless you own one.
you haven't
Yeah.
even caught it. Unlucky. Do you
Probably
have
just have to catch
You
one
should go
later.
in corn, and that's also
Two frigate tops too. It's also
I can
unlucky.
maybe run out and get one right after I warp back.
Yeah, it's not that big of a
if
time loss.
it's not
run out and run.
despawned.
It doesn't despawn because of the boss.
Oh, yeah, true, that's a thing.
That's like something that we haven't figured out. Let's see.
I mean, Carnivine's not the biggest deal in the world. It just sucks that I've put so much effort into it and I'm getting nothing to show for it. I really should have caught the second one and then killed the 3rd one.
You can always get it in right before the Ingo fight later on.
It is in Coronet, but isn't it quite out of the way?
It's
That's-
at the,
it's on the
where
cliff
you
side
go to
right
set up
there,
the second camp.
Yeah.
That little
It's
river you
like
cross.
maybe a 5 or 10 second time loss to go out of your way for it. It's not that big a deal there. Could also potentially combine it with Golduck to get enough stuns and just get both of them.
Maybe. Not bad. Not my best, but still good enough.
Yeah, that's still pretty good. Anytime you KO before the big attack, it's usually pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my GDs aren't ready to evolve yet.
Yeah, with only getting the 1 Cricket-Top, they're still a bit low level. Yeah, so I kind of started mentioning it, but in this next segment, a lot of the route is kind of planned around evolving Pokemon, because as we mentioned earlier, evolving Pokemon is really good for research points, even though it's kind of slow watching the evolutions. But we're definitely going to get to see 6 Pokemon evolve. The plan is the 2 Geodudes and the Graveler, the 2 Teddy Ursas, and then 2 Machops. And then we might see some other Pokemon too, but those Pokemon kind of need to be evolved just because, 1, 2 of them are being used later for battles, and then also for the research points. And it kind of makes the party management a little bit awkward because you're trying to fit a bunch of Pokemon in your party to evolve them, and you kind of run out of space sometimes because, you need to evolve 8 Pokemon and you can only bring 6 with you. So kind of see what kind of strategies that Halq goes for.
I could sit at night and get Ghastly Haunter as a backup, but
Could even combine that with getting Carnivine. There's no Pokemon because yeah, there we go. Does changing time fix that?
I think you have to leave and go back.
That's
Like,
unlucky.
nothing fixes it, and it's also random that it even happens, which makes it
Yeah.
No, not shopping. I need to just do Pokemon. Yeah. I'll try you. Maybe you'll have better luck than the other guy.
Did you finish the quick attack on Shinx?
No.
Oh.
Luckily, I have enough points to leave. That's what I was slightly worried about just now.
Yeah, always a possibility. You need to hit, is it 4,000 for that?
3,500.
3,500. Okay, so yeah, you need 3,500 research points to unlock the next area, which is Cobalt Coastlands.
Funny that if you asked that from me, I couldn't have answered that. I have like no idea how many points you need in the like needed areas of the run. The only one I know is like Fiatlands and then the Coronet, of course.
Oh, I didn't even catch enough Pokemon for a Ginter refresh. That's funny.
Oh wow, yeah, it's 20, right? To get a new set of items.
Well,
yeah, just grabbing a bunch of items here then, because nothing to buy from the Ginto salesman.
Okay, yeah, I did check Tangela. Tangela is indeed rank 5, so I probably am going to need to do that feed 2 strat. I can't catch them because they could break out, and also my Geodudes aren't high enough level to evolve yet, so I need to keep them with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see myself going across that pond to do Golduck and get a Carnivine. Definitely seems worth it, because as soon as I catch a Carnivine, it's done. So.
Yeah, exactly. And you might even like have more stun items to stun the Carnivine for just a 20.
Yeah, there's more leaf piles there actually, so.
Oh yeah, there is more leaf piles there as well. I forgot about
Yep,
that.
exactly. Yeah, you can just grab those while you're running through.
At least 2.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I think there's 2 or 3.
There's like 2, and there's more if you climb up, but
so you guys
just catching all things.
You guys are getting a great idea of how much on-the-fly routing this run requires. Because it's not a situation I'm super familiar with, but I've dealt with worse, so I'll be fine.
Yeah. Typically, your Carnivine goes, you stun it, it gets in the ball, you move on. And then sometimes you stun it, it breaks out, and you're like, okay, if I get Golduck and I get 4 stuns, I can then go for this strat. It's like you have to frantically figure out what the heck's going on.
I mean, like this isn't really a game you can just practice the movement over and over again, because it's all going to depend on how the Pokemon work. The best way to improve your movement is just to improve general movement, because the faster you can adapt and move a different way and get to where you're trying to go elsewhere, the better off you'll be.
Well, technically, the best way to
I just do regular movement around areas.
Yeah, the best way to improve is to like figure out some sort of ritual that makes all your balls work. Like if everything just gets in, you're set. So if you have this like fancy ritual and it's just like 100% catch rate, you're totally good. Like do that. But
yeah, if you have like a childhood method of like hold L and A to like make the Pokemon work, definitely try that.
Yeah, you have to press B 4 times in the rhythm, and it's just guaranteed catch rate after that.
Rub the screen. Yeah, no breakout RNG has been a discouraging factor for some people trying to get into this game, but I think the route is consistent enough, and there's a lot of there's a plan Z for like literally everything, so there's still definitely a finishable run here for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of just one of those runs where like there's so much randomness to it that it kind of just averages out to like a certain amount, so you always kind of have the same overall luck, and it's just about how you deal with like the specifics of where you get the bad luck and the good luck that kind of affect your time.
Yeah,
obviously
those kinds of speed games that are like the RNG causes adaptation. It's not just pure time save or time loss, and yeah, as you said, they will usually like
me and Shady run PMD, which is
PMD. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Yeah, the RNG kind of like ends up, if you like plot it, it would become like a bell curve. So it's like pretty normal to have average luck, and it's very rare to have like insane or insanely bad luck like throughout the run.
Yeah, just one of those things like not everything can ever get perfectly.
What'd you say, Shen?
I said it's like one of those things where like there's never gonna be a run where like everything goes right. Like something just has to go wrong every run.
Well, Shady's second place run nearly had that, and maybe his Japanese run I haven't seen in a while, but.
No, he said nearly, so.
Yeah, I mean,
because he made a
was
mistake.
pretty good.
Settlement warp, but that was pretty much the only major mistake in the run.
Yeah.
The only thing that beat his run was a route change.
Yeah, it was
Fine.
mainly round changes. I mean, I'm sure it's like still like improvable gameplay wise. Like when I got my JP run, I felt like I played much better because it was like a week after, and I felt like I improved quite a lot in that week as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the Cobalt Coastlands. This is my favorite area. There's a lot to do here. My favorite area aesthetically. I don't know if this is my favorite area to play. It probably is my favorite area to play because all the other areas are terrible.
It's pretty involved in terms of like difficulty.
Yeah, this has probably 2 of the hardest sections in the game. Or actually, just one continuous streak of really hard gameplay that I'm going to go for. After we accomplish our next objective of talking to Polina up on the hill, we're going to warp back and set time to a specific time. And then from there, we're going to be on a 2-minute timer where we have to finish 3 different Pokemon. And then we have to deal with some hard catches, and it's going to be a really long, hard string of gameplay.
And if it ever becomes not nighttime, you're kind of just screwed. Because a lot of the stuff we have to do is at nighttime. Now, luckily, at least Dust Talks is done, so that's something you don't have to think about in this segment. So that's just something to skip.
I need to use one more strong poison powder to finish Dust Talks.
Oh, right, yeah. You'll just do that on a Drifloon or a Finian while you're heading to the water, though, at least. So it's not too bad.
Exactly.
Right, anyway, here's one of the fun parts of this run. These fights. By the way, this I did the damage calc. If this thing ice beams, it does 9,000%. Okay, perfect. The opponent decided to just win today.
Alright, so I have one more chance to use quick attack things. Still needed that. Oh well. At least my RNG is good, Copium.
Yep.
I still think it's fat. I think it's honestly faster just get ice beamed and then get the quick attack later. Compared to getting baby doll eyes, growl or whatever, and then not killing you. Oh, is it faster to travel there? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Fast travel when you're already in the area is really, really quick.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's no loading screen.
Yeah, making some great balls is really useful. Grabbing the self sprays and making a few more heavy balls because they're kind of interchangeable with great balls. And these leaf piles are really useful for the run.
29, that's really good.
Yeah, they'll get pretty high level later, which is nice. Okay, one Tangela, that's good. Is there another one? There is. So hopefully they just both eat and Tangela will be effectively done.
Here, buddy.
It's running.
You need another berry. Actually worked.
Okay, that went really well. So Tangle is just effectively done. So at 7 research, you get 10 for defeating one, and you get 10 if he uses Ancient Power, which is kind of manipulatable. So nice. So Tangle will be done later, so don't have to think about that anymore.
I didn't even mean to throw a great ball there.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Gonna try and catch one of these Scruffy just because they're kind of 3 points later. Good. 3 points. And grabbing Pop Pods, which are going to be the second component along with Caster Leaps to make Scatterbangs, which I think there's only 2 Pokemon in the run that we use them on, but it makes those Pokemon very fast. Oh, 3. What's the other one?
There's Duskull, there's Toxicroak, and Voltorb.
Oh, Voltorb, right. I forgot about Voltorb. Yeah, so there's 3 Pokemon that it makes the research like super fast, so they're definitely worth going out of your way a little bit to grab a few of. That's
Yeah, all of
unfortunate.
those are technically considered optional, but like, especially Toxicroak is almost always worth it to go for.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's so quick.
Yeah, and the cool thing about like the stun items, you can only throw a stun item at one Pokemon at a time, and it stuns one Pokemon. But the scatterbangs are like more of like an area effect, and depending on the spawns in the area, you can hit like 3 Pokemon at the same time.
Yeah, it's surprisingly big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when like a group, like there's a chance that 3 Duskulls just spawn in a circle, and you just throw a scatterbang, catch one, you're done. It's just an instant research task.
Ooh.
Double Vulpix, we take that. So Vulpix
is really nice,
yeah. Vulpix, the like only real way to do the research is 4 feeds, which if you only get 1 Vulpix spawn takes a really long time. But if you get 2, it's like, as fast as you're seeing. It's just a few seconds.
So there's nobody better to advocate for Vulpix right now than Shady. This is his favorite Pokemon.
I mean, yeah, I've had a fair share of issues with Vulpix specifically not eating. I'm not sure if it's like actually species specific that some are more likely to eat than others, but yeah, I've had some issues with Vulpix. Lately though, in Catch-em-all, my main issues with Vulpix has been like it literally doesn't show up at all. Like I've had to actually write like as one of the last things I catch in the run, like go here out of my way and get a Vulpix.
Meanwhile, we're seeing a 3rd Vulpix in this patch of grass. We'll maybe see a 4th later. Yeah, Glameow is also one of those Pokemon that's pretty fast to research for. I think you just feed 5, catch 1 is one route, or you can catch 3 and feed like 3.
Yeah, it's either feed 4, catch 1, or feed 3, catch 3.
Okay, yeah. So plenty of options, and how kind of even going. Oh, that's nice.
Traveler. Yeah, it's hard to see them shaking because you cannot really see them before you throw.
Yeah.
Okay, that was.
It's still really good though, because in like the off chance that these Gravelers aren't heavy, that just solves Graveler without having to use the rock slides. So it's a nice little time save there. It's also just a free 20 research.
Yeah, in case I somehow pick the wrong Geodudes, or they don't always evolve into a heavy Graveler, we're good now.
Yeah, it gets complicated when you like take them out and you like do some stuff with them, and then you have to deposit your party to do the fight, and you like shove them all in the box. It's like sometimes you just pick the wrong ones by accident. I've definitely done it before.
So a lot of my things in my party are already ready to evolve. I think I'm going to evolve the Geodudes and actually swap for Staravia. Well, actually, maybe I'll do that later. Because I just want to make sure that Staravia can kill the Abomasnow, but it's never been an issue, so I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah. You can always use Rock Slide with Graveler to kill the Abomasnow too. It's a little riskier, but it's definitely an option.
Never heard that before. Alright, here we go with strats.
Yeah, Strong Bullet Punch to Rock Slide always kills the Abomasnow. It's just, if you miss, you get Energy Balled and things get bad.
Evening in this game is extremely short. I mean, I guess it's realistic when you scale it. This lasts only 2 minutes.
Yeah, and you have to do a little bit here. You want to get Spiel done during the evening, and then you also want to get close to the next segment because you can get a Togepi spawn, which is really nice for research.
This is essentially now an extremely tight auto-scroller.
Yeah, kind of. Because we need to wait for nighttime anyway. So grabbing all these, and then hopefully it gets there for Togepi and Chatot, which is the other Pokemon that you would want to...
This field isn't quite...
I did catch that.
Okay.
Nice. Got in. Very good. Nice throw a ball. The Weasel, never know. Maybe it'll get in. Throw a ball in Napalm. Who knows? Maybe it'll get in.
Because I was aggro.
Aggro. No Togepi on that spawn.
Double?
No double Togepi, so we don't finish Togepi then. pretty much the only way to do Togepi without losing too much time to do the cycle is to catch 2 and feed 2 and get the 2 unspotted catches.
Still plenty of time here to finish Chatot, which is nice. This is kind of the rush.
As long as it stays in the ball. Like,
true.
The thing about Chatot is that it has an abysmally bad catch rate, so that's why we are using raspberries to feed them, which increase the catch rate.
Alright, good.
Yeah, that Starly was looking like it was about to be a bully there.
Yeah, as long as they're staying, we actually got it and we made the cycle.
Yeah, that was perfect then. Yeah, Chitot's really fast if you get the catches, luckily. Oh, 2 scatterbangs from that too. That's really nice.
That's pretty good.
Salt cake. Oh, 2 Ultra Balls too. That was really good.
That's
Chests
true.
are extremely good.
That was
Yeah.
that's some of the best I've seen.
That's one of the that's really the best thing to go for
Look at
while
me,
you're
actually,
waiting
with
for the
the
time to
graphics
change. Oh my god.
Wow.
Well,
And yeah, just gonna use this Ultra Ball on the Dusclops, which is like totally good.
Did you get 2 with that one scatterbang?
I don't know. I'm gonna do this
You
again.
did, I think. I think I saw 2 Scatterbang pop up. And then needs to catch a Duskull here to get the points for the Scatterbang. That's annoying.
Disappearing thing?
Yeah, they just kind of do that sometimes. I don't know if he got more.
We didn't see the scatterbangs pop up, and we also didn't catch that one.
Yeah.
There we
I think
go.
you're at 2 Scatterbangs right now for Duskull.
Let me go ahead and craft them from my bag.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're at 2. So this should be 3.
Oh, that was 5.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I think it just didn't show up.
Yeah,
Like, there were 2 spawns up there. I didn't see a Dusclops.
Yeah, free 20 research there.
Yeah, that's among the fastest things you can do. You have to craft them anyway, although it does lose some time to use the inventory crafting menu.
Yep.
Worth making
But
sure.
yeah, here we changed the pathing a little. Previously we used to warp, but now since we are actually, well, usually we catch Dustox there, so we had to run through that area, kind of parkour our way up here, and now only now are we doing these cutscenes.
Yeah.
During nighttime. It's nice because when we go to the cutscene here with Iscan, if it isn't nighttime, when it instructs you to go to the haunted area at nighttime, it asks whether you want to wait for nighttime, but since it's already nighttime, it doesn't actually ask us that, and it saves some dialogue.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that
we're also-
actually offsets. It makes us sleeping in the bed not a time loss.
Yeah, it's not the time loss, because if you were to use that prompt to turn it night, you would have to wait the same 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's also kind of a funny thing where he's like, you have to go catch this scary Pokemon Dusclops. Good luck. It's like, yeah, we already got one here. Just show it to you.
That dialogue there is your mashing speed test. You can listen to the sound, and it will pretty much tell you how quickly you mash, because those boxes print out in like 1 frame.
Here's your dust bops, sir. He's so afraid of it, he doesn't even refer to it by its name. He calls it dust bops.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Good old Dustbops.
No, this has been a really good area so far. I've grabbed every optional Pokemon that's possible in this area so far.
Yeah, been really smooth.
Growlithe, Vulpix.
Yeah, getting
Dust
Vulpix
Bolt,
feels really good.
Definitely makes me feel better about the Carnivine situation. To the point where I may not even go for it. If items permit.
Yeah, it really just depends on some other factors now. Even though Carnivine still would be like really fast, because just throw a ball if you see one.
If there's a ton of things I still need to do, yeah, I'll definitely do it.
Yeah.
Okay, got 5 evolutions to do.
Right, you have no splits, so I can like even compare to.
151.45 right now.
I mean, like in your previous run.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to see how it compares to PB.
This isn't that far off PB somehow.
Yeah, I guess I can compare to my run.
Yeah, just a tad low.
Realistic. Like, my run was very good at the beginning, but it loses time at the end due to strats and stuff.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because I've already done all my evolutions. Yeah, I'm like a couple minutes behind PB. That's okay. Oh, my PB had a really bad coronet though, so I can save time there.
Yeah.
I need 64 more experience to evolve this Machop. So I'll just deposit everything except for Machop. Because I don't need them right now. I guess I'll keep nurturing for EXP and potential backup if Gastrodon dies to the Gengar.
Yeah, it's always worth just having the Ursaring on you just in case. Well, unless you literally don't have the space for it. And
yeah, I want to deposit the Machoke.
Oh, were you done with Machoke?
No, this other Machop only needs like 60
oh,
or something.
I didn't see they had the Machop on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so leaving some party space here.
Because they were both level 29 when I got them, which is the highest level you could possibly get them at.
Yeah, needed to leave party space because later on going to catch Shellos, which needs to go to the party because we need to use it for the evil bandits coming up, and we won't have another chance to go to the PC to grab Pokemon, so needs the extra space.
This is one of the longer cutscenes mid-run, like, this is 3 minutes.
For running an ad right I don't know. We don't have an incentive for this run because this run was really, really late. But I would say if we reach X dollar amounts by the end, I could do like... Oh no, I can't promise that. Never mind. I was going to say I could do an Arceus fight exhibition, but I don't have a file that has the Arceus fight ready.
Incentive to just turn this into a catch 'em all so we can see the Arceus fight.
Yeah.
We almost have enough time for that.
I'll have to finish like 3 hours ahead of estimate to be able to do that. Past that, so never mind.
Sub 2, let's go.
Oh my god, I'd cry if this game had like any kind of like research skip. I feel like that'd be kind of bad for the game, but I'd like at least if there was some skips in the end game.
Yeah, like anything that skips stuff in the last 45 minutes would be pretty hype. Like if there's a clip to get into like the Benny fight without having to do the whole like plot stuff, that'd be pretty sick.
Well, there is a clip to get like behind the gate to the the mountain, but none of the triggers are loaded because it's like loads only the next thing based on your progress.
And maybe
we cannot
someday we'll have
like even enter the loading zone.
I'm very curious at how many points I have. I like to think I'm doing alright on points, because like I still have a lot of optionals. I have Bidoof, I have the other Cocoon, I have
Vulpix,
Growlithe, Duskull, Chatot. And I've caught a fair number of like optional, just random one poke catches.
Yeah, you'll probably hit like 72 maybe, or maybe a bit less.
My guess is I'm gonna be at like 6,900.
Yeah, I think around 7k flat.
Which would be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's weird with the Carnivine because it's like you were so close to getting the free 200 on that. It's just always unfortunate when you don't get the catch, but you like do the research task. You just have to like think it's like, oh, it's 0. It's like I didn't get anything for this.
Okay, we're finally done with the cutscene. We can play again. So we now have access to the Basket Legion mount. This is the worst mount in the game for catching Pokemon on. I mean, it's the only mount you can catch Pokemon on, and it's done really poorly. But like I said earlier, we're going to use Dust Talks to do a strong poison powder on something we encounter here. I don't care what it is, just as long as it's in this straight line I'm on right now. Not that, because I can't backstrike it. I could, but it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's also crucial to backstrike because you need to not get destroyed by the thing that you're trying to poison powder.
I haven't seen any
Use the Alpha Man time.
so far.
There we go.
This fish is not going to ruin my day. I don't
it's the same level as you. You're fine.
Yeah, it's not that big deal.
It just sucks going second because it's just a bit of time loss having to watch it use acid spray there. Alright, but that finished Dust Talk, so don't have to think about that anymore.
forgot still spray.
Yeah, got self spray for this catch.
Yeah, since these have like an unspotted task.
Mm-hmm. The other thing with the Shellos is you'll probably see the level check where you like target in on it and see what level it is. You want to catch the highest level one if possible.
I think Heart usually just leaves multiple slots in the party, so you can just pick one of them.
Nice bomb.
Here we see the thing where you break the loot box. And then you break the loot box, and then it puts an item into your inventory, and it pushes them around in the hotbar, and then you use something that you didn't intend.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Okay, there's 3 cots. Don't really have to catch anymore, unless maybe they run bunch. Okay. Could just feed, I guess, maybe. It's also slow.
Yeah, unfortunately Hulk isn't a fan of smoke bombs. He just hasn't learned about the utility yet.
It's the most professionally I've been told skill issue in my entire life.
Okay, they aren't too useful in any percent. You can use them to, like, avoid getting hit by the Alpha Gallade much later on. That's like the main use in any percent.
Yeah, so that
actually, well, there's some nice uses for them though.
I don't have any Finneons. I don't care about Finneon anymore. It's dead to me.
We're skipping. We still have to do Shellos, that's unlucky.
In theory, it could always just evolve the extra one. Or does that work? I think it does.
No, Shellos only has 1 Evo task.
Has stuff.
The Castro walked in front and started trolling you.
Okay, I got another small specimen. That's good enough. Alright, no Finneon. We tried. I tried to catch like 3 of them and they all broke out, so I'm not interested anymore.
Okay.
Unfortunately, both the shells I caught were pretty low level, so we'll have to make do.
Yeah, 31 kind of sucks. I think max is like 34.
Yeah, 34 is the highest. Yeah, Finneon is the only optional we have not caught here, so I'm feeling pretty good about this area. Almost. If I had gotten Finneon really quickly, I might have skipped the finish like the Shellos research. But if we skip Finneon, there's no way I can leave without that.
Yeah, going into Coronet with like 6,500 is really painful. So definitely want to at least try to finish a couple things here if possible.
So the reason we have Machoke here, it's not going to finish this fight. It's not going to win. But in order to finish Machoke right now, we need to use a strong Bullet Punch. Or I guess it's regular Bullet Punch we need, but regular Bullet Punch only does like 10. I think strong move is 20, so.
Yeah, you just need to use a strong move. It doesn't matter which strong.
So.
Yeah. You use Bullet Punch here just because it's a free 10 research. Anything else doesn't get you research, so may as well just get 10.
Mm-hmm. You have to use a strong move anyway, yeah.
I've always wondered if like strong rock smash would kill this, and it's like save the turn. B also
I had to
didn't
sit
even
there and
like...
wait for a second because depending on what level you catch your Machop at, Bullet Punch will be in a different slot.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always really annoying having to like react to where it is.
I thought I didn't bring Bird. Oh my god.
Yeah, they just aerial ace for the KO.
Yeah, there's a few fights in this game. Fighting is definitely, I would say, even tertiary in this game, just because of how like wonky the system is and how little fights really matter. Like the first thing is, you know, obviously catching an overworld and completing research in the overworld. Second thing is the battle catches, because Shanks and Dialga make way more of an impact than any of these battles do.
Yeah, the RNG in battles doesn't matter a lot, but the routing in battles does matter, because if you can figure out how to save turns in fights, then that's big time save. But usually, like RNG wise, you don't really like lose that many turns. It's mainly the range in end game.
So you may have noticed that Gastrodon's out, but I never really picked it. I had Machoke and then Gastrodon specifically in that order in my party list, so that whenever Machoke died, and it wants to start the next fight, it looks for Machoke, but Machoke's dead, so it goes to the next Pokemon to start the next fight, and that's Gastrodon. There's another way to do it. I learned from Etiquette's PSRD run that I commentated. If you have the hotbar at the bottom, change down to Gastrodon. It'll whatever Pokemon you set your hotbar at the bottom to will be the next Pokemon you start with.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a nice change from the originals, because like in other Pokemon games you have to manually move the Pokemon to the front of your party if you want it to lead. And then the same rules would apply, like if your lead Pokemon is fainted, then it would go to the next one. But in this game, you can just sort of quote unquote select the Pokemon, and then that'll be what gets used.
This Gengar is always a very fun part of the run. Like, he's hypnotic.
Never brought up. Sorry, but we don't actually get experience in this fight until the fight ends. So that's very important later on when, for a lot of our fights, we're gonna have one Pokemon as the survivor. So.
Yeah, true.
Luckily, it doesn't matter too much, since not every fight gives a level up, and level's all that really matters for damage, though. There's not really any EVs in this game that you can get.
Yeah. It's a weird component about this game. The stats are, like, very different. Normally, like, getting levels matters, like, a lot for Pokemon. Like, a level 30 will be significantly stronger than a level 40. But in this game, it, like, matters a little bit less, like, what level you are. It still matters, obviously, but it doesn't make as much of a difference. So, like, a level 20 Pokemon does a lot of damage to like level 40s even, which makes a lot of the fights a lot more consistent because you don't have to worry about being high level for them.
Yeah, in the same part of the formula, attack is multiplied by 0.1 and level is multiplied by 3. So level is taken way more into consideration for calculating.
Yeah, level matters less than like main series, but it still like matters way more compared to the attack stat. The attack stat is a complete joke in this game. It makes little to no difference at all.
The only stats that really matter are like your level. It's not really a stat, but your level, your defense, and your speed are the only stats that matter. Or your defense.
Yeah, and the power of the move you use, that's like the biggest thing affecting damage.
What were you gonna say, Shen?
I was gonna say, yeah, power of the move matters a lot. That's why, like, getting Earth Power with Gastrodon makes such a big difference, and, like, close combat with the Sneasel later that we'll get to see. Because they're such strong moves, they end up, like, doing, like, way more damage than if they were, like, a decent move on a strong Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm only like I said, 4 minutes behind my PB, which is perfectly okay. Maybe a little bit farther behind because the Shellos was a complete tragedy. I might have actually not needed to do that extra work on Shellos because that was my second small specimen for Shellos, which means I did get it first, which means that's definitely a substitute for a second unspotted. Okay. So this is the Noble Arcanine. This is the first boss in my experience that I died to in a speedrun. I died to this boss a lot when I was first learning.
Yeah, it's like very awkward sometimes. Like it kind of like snowballs if you get hit by one of the attacks.
It's cool when you do it right, but a lot of the bosses here are like, if you get hit, then it goes downhill real quickly.
Yeah.
Even in the first boss fight, if you get hit, you like pretty much have to go off rails and figure out what to do.
Yeah, but at first it's kind of just a pattern. You roll in the middle to make it jump, and then it dashes at you. You want to roll through it with your iframes. That's yeah. There's a strat you could do here where you intentionally hit those flames to damage boost through the attack. It's like really hard to time.
It's only really relevant unless you finish it early, and here we did actually get to finish it early, which is really nice.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a really good fight, despite me not playing it perfectly well.
Yeah,
Arcanine's like, you're not doing this correctly, but I got you. I'll do what you want me to do.
I think does it always jump after it hits below half? I think it just always jumps.
Yeah. If like after it turns into, you know, once it goes into the second phase, if it's not already in the middle, the first thing it will do will jump to the middle. But if it's already in the middle, when it goes below half, it will leave the middle and then jump back to the middle. So I guess that was really RNG.
Yeah, and the jump to the middle actually has no hitbox when you're like standing where he jumps from, so you can just walk inside him, get in position, aim at the middle, and that way you won't miss any throws when he jumps there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, the flames that he spawns in the second phase do have a pretty big hitbox.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, from the spot he jumps from.
Oh, whenever where he jumps from.
That part has no hitbox. Obviously, you cannot be in the middle because there will be the frames that he will land there and you'll get hurt.
Yeah, if I didn't kill the Arcanine there, he would have gone to the complete opposite side of the arena from me, and I would have had the damage boost through the fire in the middle to get to him. Like, he does that all the time. Like, seems like they intended for casual players to line up their throws perfectly, which makes no sense.
Yeah, I think the idea was to like teach about the fact that you can charge your throws fully and land them. Or teach about damage boosting, I guess. But yeah,
definitely.
When I first played this fight casually, I thought you could fall in the lava, and that made it a lot more complicated.
Same. I was so worried about like rolling into the lava and just like dying.
And there's like an invisible wall basically for the lava, and honestly, it makes it incredibly hard to navigate, even on something like later on we're going to have a mount that allows us to fly. Even like just trying to fly over it, there's a giant invisible wall. You can't do it.
Yeah, and catch them all when you want to catch Magby there, for example, and you go back there for Heatran, and you can also farm some mud balls in there. So yeah, you do go there several times, and you kind of have to maneuver around the invisible walls.
I got a Firestone I never noticed.
All right, big moment here on the research points.
Yeah, this is important.
It's pretty good.
That's kind of low.
Yeah, a little low.
Depending on like
that I have like a free 200 on Carnivine if I can.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah. As long as you do that, it's fine.
Yeah, Carnivine plus Golduck's looking a lot more reasonable now.
It's gonna be insane if I got Finneon, but I don't want to say insane, but like we'd be really comfortable right now if I got Finneon. That's what I'm meaning to say. Time wise, this could be better, but it's alright. I think sub 250 sub 350 is dead, but we can still get a pretty good time here.
Yeah, you're still on pace to beat the estimate, and that's really what matters.
Yeah.
Up 440 pace right now. I haven't took 440.
440.
I was kidding about that. Well,
we can take a 45-minute break in the middle of the run.
Yeah, we should clearly mention for the next runners that this will not be near a 440.
Yeah, I'm thinking at the absolute worst it's 4 hours flat.
Yeah.
But, you know, they said they can fill the extra time with like tasks or something.
There's also like the credits and the like final cutscenes, which aren't in the timer, but they last like over 5 minutes, which can be used as content.
We can pad our content with that. True.
Yeah, watch at least the first, like up to the credits or whatever.
Okay, so I do have a Ginter refresh now, but I'm not sure if I want to go for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's like really anything you need there.
These 2 Ultra Balls are really nice that I have. I don't know where I'm going to use them. Wait, no, I think I already used one of them on Dusclops.
You really can't get stun items from like anything. Ginte doesn't sell any of the like stun items, right?
The only way
still
you get
random
stun items are by dropping them off of Pokemon, or if you upgrade the shop all the way, you can buy sticky gloves.
Yeah, if you upgrade it fully, which takes
Yeah,
like 10 minutes.
I don't have a
No,
file for it.
And you can only upgrade the shop fully once you have beaten Avalag.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't even do it in Catch 'em All. We get our stuns in Catch 'em All from either digging with Ursaluna or going to the Heatran arena.
Yeah.
After beating Cobalt.
I've been considering just after the Arcanine fight, if I'm really low on stuns, just grabbing the stuns there and doing all the stuff.
You'd have to like. I don't think you can even if you leave the area. I think you get access to it after you beat Coronet or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
At some arbitrary point in the story where you get access to it, I think.
Well, never mind. Mark.
Yeah, I remember I was watching O-Snap, who was one of the people who definitely was running this game, like running it, commanding it for a while to start. And he actually tried to see if he can enter it, and it's just, there's like a lava waterfall there, so you can't. Good.
Good, but also kind of awkward because that was pretty much the last chance to get a quick attack off with the Shinx.
I mean, we didn't even have the Shinx out, so...
Yeah, I don't think it's good to bring Shinx there, because I'd have to go look for it. Right there, it's good to use the Shellos, because Shellos is already in your party, most likely, and it dies that
we need the Shinx anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to need to grab the Shinx for the next area, but...
The only reason why you would grab the Shinx for that fight is because it dies to the Eevee if the Eevee is the one that decides to attack. So it can be worth it, but it's probably about the same overall either way. Yeah, this fights are just awkward because it's kind of just random if you get attacked and like if either of them attack. So it's just sometimes a giant pain. But I think you always get attacked on turn 2 after you get the baby doll eyes. If you do get baby doll eyes on turn 1.
I've never been stalled longer than that.
Yeah, so at least it's kind of like a cap to how bad the fight can be.
Oh, I definitely pressed right. Okay, so this is the last area we need to do research in. This is Coronet Highlands. It's a little busy, for sure. First thing we're going to do is we're going to set evening so that we can do Yanma and possibly Yanmega. We'll have to... There's not a lot I can say about the area. We're going to have to just talk about it as it goes, because what I do is just going to depend on how everything else cooperates and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is also the last opportunity to do research tasks, because as soon as the Electrode's defeated coming up, that's when you're ready to go to the final area. So this is the literal last chance to finish off research on Pokemon. So right now we need about 1,900 research points. So Halqery is going to have to calculate that out and figure out a path. That
Luckily,
is
a lot of the fastest things to do are here. So
yeah, there's a lot of really fast Pokemon you can do in this segment. It's also nice at this point, you kind of have like a bunch of items, and because it's the last area, you know that you can just use up everything. It's like, okay, I have this many stuns left, I'm going to use them to finish these Pokemon. I have this many Scatterbangs, I'll finish these Pokemon. really it's just the point where you can use up the rest of everything you have. Here's the first Yanma, catching 2 Yanmas at evening.
Sleeping.
This one saw me. That one saw me too. I'm gonna go across the water. I don't trust that that one's gonna count as unseen.
Yeah. You can always come back for it.
Yeah, since you didn't aggro it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so got the Yanma spawns, just has to hope they get in here.
I have no idea if it got in because I don't have audio. So I don't think it didn't.
Yeah, I can't hear if they're getting caught either.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, thanks, got 2 of them, perfect. So Yanma and Yanmega will both be finished. Yanmega still requires a little bit of work. Yanma is done, but that will get done pretty soon. So that's 2 of the Pokemon. I don't know exactly how many. You probably need to finish research for like, what, 6 or 7 here? On top of the Yanma and the Skuntank. It's about 6 or 7, I think.
On top of the Skuntank, I need to finish 7 Pokemon,
Okay.
including, which includes Yanmega, or Yanma and Skuntank.
Okay, so right now 6 Pokemon left that need to be finished, so...
We got like Carnivine and Chinks to finish here. Hippo maybe? Just do you count them?
Yeah, Hippo as well. Hippo was not done.
What was it, 6,650 I had?
It sounds
Something
right. It was
like that.
6,600. I don't know what the 10th place was.
Yeah, I can check it while I'm walking a Thingo here.
Yeah, it was definitely
This is a
6650. I was muted, sorry.
No worries. Okay, cool. Okay, so I can use that as a starting point. I'm gonna go ahead and add. I have a little calculator open for myself.
This
I'm
is-
going to add the 120 for finishing Shinx because we're going to. Add the 200 for Yanma because we did that. Add 200 for Yanmega because we were gonna finish that as well.
Carnivine's 200.
Yeah, Carnivine's 200.
Tangle is going to be 130 because you're at 70 now.
If I need to sneeze, I should just do it. I don't know why. Botching and stalling. Oh, I need to catch a Hippopotas as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hippo's not done.
Okay, so with Shinx and Hippopotas, our real number is 6890 that we're entering with before Carnivine. So
Okay.
right now we have Yanma, Yanmega, and then we'll do Carnivine. So we need 4 more on top of that, which includes getting Skuntank. So
Yeah.
probably Golduck. Golduck,
Toxic Road. Yeah. Maybe Clefairy too, potentially.
Oh, Shinx.
There's the Shinx quick attack. Shinx is now done.
Yeah.
I need to remember to catch a Hippopotas though.
Yeah, I actually don't know how many you need to catch. I think you might have to catch 2.
It's just 1. I remember
Okay.
I got 2.
Yeah, I didn't see how many you caught. There were about 400 of them aggroed sprinting at you.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do gold deck by the Carnivines?
I'll use some stuns right now and try to get a catch or 2.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It can just be nice to grab them while you're running through. Just in case you don't get good spawns in the next area.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I just need
that's
more stuff.
Okay.
yeah, so this Carnivine Golduck will be nice later, because just stun a Golduck and catch a Carnivine and move on.
I was never
Yeah.
avoiding that was way too far to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that Motham just is too close and it's impossible to dodge.
Unless you take the long way around, but that's slow. That's
Or
probably
Stealth
slower than
Spray,
getting
which is
knocked
way
down.
slower.
Yeah, the knockdown only takes 4 seconds, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah. The meme strat would be to somehow throw the ball.
Is that the ultimate usage for feather balls? That I'm
Yeah, just
hearing?
chuck the feather ball from 5 miles away.
Beautiful. I mean, it is
Yeah.
legitimate strat to get past the barrel in the beginning, the alpha barrel.
Yeah, I always do that, and if the alpha gets in, you can actually finish the barrel, which is pretty funny. You just have to do the Aqua Tail strat and it works.
Oh yeah. There's a specific task for Bibarel for catching an alpha.
Yeah, you catch 3, catch the alpha, use Aquatail strong, Aquatail plus strong move, and it's done. So it's definitely doable, but they'll have to catch an alpha, which is rare.
I've done it twice in runs. Which,
I've
given
done
how many runs I've done, it's not very likely.
I've caught it 3 times in runs, and I've also done 1/300th of your amount of runs. So
Well,
I guess
you
I'm just
trying? Are you going for like try hard?
no.
Shots
I just chuck the ball and I'm getting it.
insane.
I've got it 3 times, in like 10 runs.
That's really insane.
Yeah, I guess I'm just really lucky on the barrel.
Okay, so yeah, I need to do Carnivine, Catch Hippopotas, Toxicroak, Skuntank, Mischievous, and we're done. Wait, no. We have to do 7.
Yeah, I think you're missing a Pokemon. I think you still have to do like Clefairy or something too.
I'll do Voltorb instead of Clefairy. Clefairy is like really bad.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's like
as long as we have the Scatterbanks, Voltorb is better.
It's the only Pokemon that makes you go like massively off track for, except for what I'm doing right now.
Well, you would have gotten a Shinx spawn. I've like never seen Shinx in this area.
It's really rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a low chance spawn. But yeah, here's some extra Goldex spawns and extra leaf piles, but what we're here for is the Carnivine, of course.
Yeah, so Golduck's done, and then hopefully this thing just gets in and we're done.
A lead and ball, like lead and ball actually, but
yeah,
there we go. Pronounce it right.
What? Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
That was strange.
Yeah, using Young Mega here specifically.
I want to use a strong Air Slash, and then later on we're going to use an Ancient Power with it.
Yeah, right now at Eat Research for Yanma, so it needs to do 2 things, and the only 2 like reasonable tasks are using Ancient Power and using a strong move. So just using one of each of those here. This fight's also nice because it has a lot of Pokemon that you're just going to finish the research for. So this will finish off the Machoke research, and then the Tangle is going to come out and use Ancient Power and then get KO'd, and that's going to finish off the Tangler research. So it's nice having... True, yeah.
Well, actually, no, sometimes it just goes straight for Ancient Power. It's very, very, very rare, though.
Until today. Done. But, yeah, you right now needs to see this Tangle use Ancient Power. It's like almost have to be like stalled. You just have to like Ancient Power with the Unmega and wait for it to use Ancient Power. Though.
God, we did not get the Ancient Power boost there. It's really bad.
Yeah, I've had that a couple times. It's never fun.
So I do Yanmega first, and then I do Yanmega first and then Yanma, because with Yanma coming against Gliscor can just regularly go for like aerial ace and finish, but with Yanmega it takes a lot more work for it to kill it. I need to use strong moves. Oh no, at this level I'm probably not getting that range.
Yeah, I don't think that ever dies at 35.
That was probably still faster than if I went for strong and then missed it and then sat through like it's a million attacks. So.
Or just died, because it could have gone for like strong aerial ace there, or quick attack aerial ace and just killed.
Yeah. It's not a comfortable range to go for unless you're 36 or 37.
Yeah. That's, I guess, one of the benefits of being a little bit picky on the Shellos that you catch.
So now we're going for Sneasler, or we're getting Sneasler, our final, not our final mount, one of our final mounts. Sneasler allows us to climb up walls, which we will hardly do here, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, optimally, you would never use Sneasler, if possible.
Technically, you can get to where we need to go without using Sneasler at all.
Yeah,
it's a little bit faster in one part.
Yeah, it saves time on sections.
Only really needed it in Iceland
Yeah.
to get up to like Sabi's waypoints.
And then situationally you use it here. Sometimes like you can avoid using it, and then other times you'll be in like a position where it's better to just climb the walls.
Yeah, depending on where I catch the hippo, I sometimes use Sneezer to climb up to the Toxicroak area.
Thank you for the reminder to catch him, by the way.
You're welcome.
I might have almost forgotten that. I don't like my leading balls now, but I'm sure we'll be fine.
So have some,
Yeah, you have the
some
Ultra.
too, and some ultras. Yeah, gonna revive the Unmega here, and then heal up the Ursaring, the Gastrodon, and the Unmega. The melee fight coming up is a triple battle where, because the game is fair, they get to use 3 Pokemon at once against your 1 Pokemon,
Yep.
which is very cool and fair. But yeah, that fight you need those 3 Pokemon for.
Because
like
Halq doesn't really use the Ursaring, you can just use more Yanmas or Yanmegas. I do have the Ursaring in the notes, it's pretty much the same thing, you just use strong, or not strong, you just use Slash with it. It has 10 points on it actually.
Mm-hmm. It's also nice, earlier Halq managed to capture a Krogonk, so just getting some free points for also scaring one of those off here.
Yeah.
You don't normally get a Krogonk spawn here, I feel like.
Okay.
Yeah, first...
Yeah,
first
it's on the same spawns as Toxicroak.
Yeah, little Goomy running around there too. Nice.
There
Okay,
we go.
Toxicroak got in, that's good. Needs to get 1 stun at least on one of these stun tank. It's nice to get multiple spawns.
Yeah, it's
I'm
either...
gonna save my mud balls for Glalie.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think.
It's
Get
either
that
2 catches or it's 2 stuns that you have to do.
Yeah, looks like just gonna go for the second catch here. Backtrack
Problem
all.
with catching a second without stunning is that it's more unlikely.
Yeah, though with the Ultra Ball, it's
Like
usually
to catch.
pretty doable, so it's good that that got in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far so good.
Guess if you have a stealth spray up, you do get a unspotted bonus for catch rate if you're using those type balls specifically. I don't think unspotted actually boosts the catch rate by default, but it's on those types of Pokeballs.
Alright, now for Mischievous. Ooh, that's fine.
Mischievous is generally a really good catch rate, like we're going for Pokeballs and it's probably gonna work.
Yeah, that one noticed, so the second one might not get
Yeah, the
in.
one that noticed might break out.
It looks like it got in.
We're good? Alright.
Alright. Yeah, I can't hear. There's a little jingle that plays. We all aren't listening.
Yeah.
So we can't hear if things are getting in, but you can react if you hear the sound.
Yeah, and one of the kind of spooky parts that just happened there is when you take damage, you can't get on or off your mount until like the damage animation stops. So Halq took damage on the fall right before the Mischievous and had to sort of wait for the red flashing to
that
stop.
sucks.
And obviously, if you get noticed in that time, it's really bad. It happens to me a lot in the Pachirisu section.
Yeah, Pachirisu in particular definitely happens that.
There's a way to land off the cliff without taking damage.
Yeah.
It's quite specific though.
No, it's the second one.
Yeah. 2 Voltorbs in. You got a heavy. I don't think that matters because you still need the points. Oh, you got 2 heavy.
Oh yeah, we are definitely done.
Yeah, with 2 heavies, you're definitely done. That was actually kind of nice in the second one, but it got in anyway, so it didn't matter. And time for the melee fight. This fight that I was mentioning, it's kind of annoying because it's the 3-on-1, and like I don't understand speed turns. Sometimes you just get attacked 6 turns in a row on this fight.
That's when multiple pokes are using agile on you. They like keep knocking your turn further after their back.
Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned it, but agile moves decrease the priority of the target.
Yeah.
I did mention it briefly. But yeah, this fight used to be an absolute nightmare before we like actually like
Wow.
put some effort into routing it.
It's also nice that the Yanmega was faster than the Skuntank. Sometimes you're slower and you just die on turn 1 and you don't get off the Ancient Power, which loses you 110 points, which is a lot. So that's just something else that can happen that's really annoying. But luckily, you just got the Ancient Power off, no issues.
Yeah, this fight is a good example of things synergizing really well. We want to get the points on the Yanmega, so we lead it and use Ancient Power to KO the Zubat. And then the Skuntank using Flamethrower actually gives us points as well, because we caught the Skuntank and seeing it use Flamethrower. It's not that we have to use the move, it's we have to see the move. So even your opponent using it still counts for your research.
And then killing Scorpio with like Ancient Power is also poison. Yeah, there's a lot of synergy here.
Yeah.
This fight used to be a really big nightmare, mainly because we just didn't understand how the agile and strong stuff worked. Like, it's obvious to assume that if you're using agile moves, you should be going faster, but that's just not being reflected in these fights. Because you're only slowing down one Pokemon by using an agile move.
And I think we all used to try to kill the Skuntank first.
Yeah, we did.
Which is like exactly the opposite of what you should be doing.
Yeah, it was like you would attack it twice with Ursaring and just hope that you don't die to the other two while you're trying to get the KO. But now it's just smarter to save the Skuntank for last. It also lets you get more Flamethrowers potentially, which is a lot of research. Because that's one of the doubled research tasks. I don't know if we ever mentioned, some tasks give you double points. You either get 10 or 20 research points for finishing tasks, and Flamethrower on Skuntank's one of the ones that's doubled.
Okay, my PB just got the 5th star, by the way.
Oh, not too bad.
Not too far off right now.
As long as the research is finished, which definitely should be.
This could be sub 350.
I feel like you did everything.
Yeah, and then even like the too heavy, too light or whatever, Voltorbs helped a lot.
Yeah, just the little points here and there that add up. I feel like this is the easiest and also the hardest noble.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
These Voltorbs can just exist sometimes.
Yeah.
And then other times
it's
they
RNG. You can adapt to it to a certain degree, but if you have to dodge out of too many of them, then you will run out of time before it does its massive attack. We call it the tactical nuke, which pretty much you cannot dodge and it stuns you for like 10 seconds or something and you get put into red, and since you have those homing Electro Balls which we normally just tank, you cannot even tank it anymore when you're one hit from dying, and you're probably better off just taking the death and continuing for 25%.
Yeah, it always does 4 Voltorbs then the attack, right? Or 4 of the Voltorb sections.
Oh yeah, something that's interesting to note there.
Something like that.
Something
I haven't really
studied
the patterns.
We actually tank all of those Electro Ball hits because they will never stop following you. They remain on the field until they find you and hit you. So you might as well just take the hit because it doesn't even do that much damage.
Yeah, the way you're intended to beat this casually is to just like run away, I guess, until it gets stunned and then use your Pokemon to battle it. And if you use your Pokemon to battle it and then you then it gets stunned for a long time and you get like increased damage, but all of that is extremely slow.
Yeah, like this fight, like tanking those hits saves unironically minutes, I feel like. Because like the other, like you can like throw one of the things and then dodge, and then just throw another one and dodge just to not get hit by the lightning. But it's just so slow that it's better to just take the hit and get the damage.
Yeah, even the IL runners are able to defeat Electro before it goes to the tactical nuke.
They
have a lot more health to work with.
Yeah, this fight in particular doesn't have as much of an increased HP, but I think it's still harder. Like, this IL is sub 1 minute. Everything else takes way longer, I think.
I need to change my party, I forgot.
Alright, big moment here. Will we see 8,500 research? This is the final point where any research tasks are required for the run. because once you unlock Alabaster or Icelands, you've done all the research stuff you need.
There you go.
88.
Well
88.
over.
There we go.
Whatever.
Rather be over.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
a marathon. You'll always be over.
Hey, the stretch.
Hey,
There's
that's the
something
same.
wrong with the cogs.
I had 8840.
I mean, I remember when I started, it was always like, oh, I'd rather just overkill this because getting 8490 sucks so badly.
Yeah.
It's an at least 40-second time loss because the fastest thing you can do is run to the pasture and evolve a Pokemon, but that does take 40 seconds. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I didn't know it's worth.
Or if you have to go to an area.
Yeah, like go back to the Coastlands or something. But yeah, I don't know what's worse between 88 or 8490 or 8390. Like they both feel equally bad.
Yeah, the funny thing for me is it's surprising to me how often 8490 pops up, like explicitly 10 points off, as opposed to like 8460 or something like that. It's like no, you're 10 point. I've been 10 points off like 3 different times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, probably because you're just trying to estimate perfectly, and it's easier to
Yeah.
make a small mistake than it is to make like a large mistake like that.
Yeah, and also if you're wondering why it like matters so much, like you might be thinking, oh, why don't you just get 10 more research points? As soon as you talk to the professor there and turn in your research, it's just a forced warp back to town, so you can't just like quickly do something and then talk to him again and get 10 more research. You have to like come back here and then like leave town again in order to turn in the research. So it's just a big time loss. But
So
Yeah.
Golduck and Carnivine were almost not necessary at all, basically, with those points. But rather get them than not and regret it later.
I feel like it was faster to do Golduck Carnivine than it was to do Toxicroak and
Voltorb was the slowest one of these.
Voltorb. Yeah,
I mean, Toxicroak was only slow because I hardly had any spawns and I had a breakout. But if there's
Yeah,
like 3
fair.
right next to each other, it's extremely fast.
yeah.
But it's just, there's a couple other things that can spawn and you just got unlucky. But Voltorb, yes, Voltorb is slow. But it's not as slow as Clefairy, so.
Both of them are similarly out of the way. Clefairy is just more bullshit because they don't always eat, and they
I don't know
don't.
if we're listening to Peachy on the stream, Shady, but.
Well,
But yeah, Clefairy is a nightmare because you have to like feed them, and then they have like an abysmally bad catch rate. I notice.
yeah, they have really low catch rate.
And then if Cleffa spawns, you're tempted to get Cleffa too, and Cleffa
True,
is
true.
the exact same problem, except maybe a bit better catch rate. I don't know.
It may be worse. Like it's like quote unquote rarer, so maybe it's just a worse type one to go for. Yeah, I was gonna say like any feeding task is like such a pain. It's just like sometimes it doesn't work.
Okay, so this is our last rival battle. And we're going to try to lose it just as efficiently as we did the other ones, if not better, because the last rival fight was really bad.
I'm expecting minimum of 2 quick attacks from the Shinx here. Right? Yeah, I have Shinx anymore.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a Wurmple, so it'd be very hard for a quick attack.
It's gonna learn quick attack in the amount of time that it gets to spend watching this Mr. Mime set up iron defense and.
True. God, this Mr.
Nah.
Mime is so great. It goes
I'm
for
kidding.
Combine, it goes for Hypnosis. Sometimes even after it finishes setting up, it'll switch to Pikachu. It's really, really dumb.
Yeah, if you're using a flying type, it will switch to Pikachu, actually. That's maybe a more consistent way to do this fight, actually.
He just claps like he's so excited to just ruin your day.
Oh, you're
Okay.
using Wurmple. The problem with Wurmple is that Poison Sting is like a 50% poison move, and if you use a strong style, it's 100% poison.
The Poison Sting I thought was only 20% poison. Did they buff it all?
No, for some reason, when I was looking into the list of all moves, and I was like, when I was figuring out the Palkia strats, I found out that Poison Sting is the only like damaging move in this game which can have a 100% rate to poison.
Oh, that's interesting. So that like Poison Sting could be interesting for the Palkia.
Yeah, but it's doing quite like minor damage, so
True, yeah. It just doesn't hit the
yeah,
damage.
like you could just, if you want a sure poison, you can just teach poison gas to Skuntank and use that.
Yeah, I meant it when I said we're going for Palkia strats. I'm done with Dialga. Relationship ended with Dialga. New relationship with Palkia.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. I don't
It
think
will.
any runner has ever went for that, except for me in Catch 'em All. I used Galage.
Well, I mean, Palkia is just optimal in Catch 'em All because, like, you know,
Yeah,
it's
I
going to be a
think
problem. regardless.
before I just used Drain Punch on Dialga, and that
Yeah,
worked well enough. But I can
yeah,
now
before
use
the
Poison
Glade
Jab.
stuff, before the Glade 7 Catch 'em All, I used Alpha Lucario and used Dragon Pulse, so it didn't really matter who I hit.
Right.
And Narita has less text at the lakes, so. Gastro. That's all I need, right? From the you. Oh my god, I feel like I'm missing somebody.
Gastro Skuntank leave.
Okay, that's it then.
Because you get the 3 Pokemon to party and leave a space.
Okay. I thought I had enough for
Well, you can bring 3, but then you don't have space for the calculator.
I just couldn't remember what the party was here for some reason.
Yeah, no, I do that too. There's like so many like weird specific parties. It never feels right to leave with 2 Mons.
Yeah, this is such
like...
a weird, you know.
Yeah.
That's what we use. Do we have stuns? Not really. Oh, we do actually. Yeah, stuns are huge for this. If it's like high level, you might as well stun it out for it. Well, it's a before whatever. Just this should be a catch.
Good.
54 is fine. Not the best, but not the worst.
Yeah, I think it's 53 to 56, so it's good getting not a 53. All right, here's the big boss.
Yeah, this is like, what was it like? 2/3 catch rate, something like that.
I don't know. I have an Ultra Ball, so it should be a lot better.
Right, right.
Nice.
There we go.
And still have 1 Leaden Ball later because there's 1 more Pokemon that we need to catch.
Accidentally perfect routed.
Yeah. Just say it was planned and you calculated it. All the
yeah,
breakouts and everything.
Yeah, and you might be wondering, oh, so we're done with all of our research tasks. Why are we still catching Pokemon? These Pokemon are much, much, much better than anything we have in our party or in our pastures for the battles coming up. And the battles coming up are battles that we have to win.
Yeah.
We really can't. I don't think there are any more fights that we are allowed to lose. If there are, they're just faster for us to win. So
I think.
Are you gonna do my strat? Are you gonna do the thing I came up with?
Reminder.
Are you gonna do my thing?
I can't remember what it was. Oh, switch to somebody else.
Hard switch to go.
Crunch. It's just faster by like a few seconds. Unless you get Shadow Claw. He got Shadow Claw.
I'm not sure if it's actually better because then you won't take enough damage to get one shot in the Raider fight. In this case, yeah, but I don't think it's like you still like lose time from the 2 turns.
So Alpha Pokemon get a random move tutor move from as their first move slot, and I got Shadow Claw.
Yep.
Which makes this fight a little bit faster. There's like a bunch you can get that can make this fight faster. You can get Iron Tail, Shadow Claw. I think you can get Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse. There's a bunch of them. And it doesn't even matter if Sneasel doesn't have a good special attack stack. Because like we mentioned, level and move base power are the only things that matter for damage calculation pretty much.
Yeah, defense.
And the Frostlass is like 30 levels lower, so it'll definitely die.
Yeah, it's like level 24 for some reason.
yeah, that's one of the nice things about all these battles that are like 2-on-1, 3-on-1. They always have one Pokemon that is basically the level that you're supposed to be at, and then the other side Pokemon are all way lower. Like there's a fight coming up that the main Pokemon's level 50 and the other 2 are like 30.
But yeah, that strat has changed a lot too for that battle. That's Sabby's triple battle with Rhyperior, Electivire, and Magmortar. Before, you would just pray that your Gastrodon got to level 40, so that you could use strong Earth power on the Rhyperior. And at that point, I think it was even a range. But now we use the Sneasel to just nuke the Rhyperior, and then we use Gastrodon from there. So, because Electivire can literally do nothing to Gastrodon. Electivire only has electric type moves.
Yeah, any ground type, it literally can't do anything to.
And Magmortar's best option is Flamethrower or Poison Gas. That's all it ever uses for me. You have to wait until the scroll in the top left corner it completely fades in. Otherwise, you won't get the warp point. I found that out the hard way when I missed the first sub forever.
Poison Gas and Flamethrower are the only moves it has.
Yeah, it literally only has 2 moves, I think.
Wait, it doesn't even have 2 other moves that do other things?
Nope.
No, it's just 2 moves.
Okay.
Yeah, and Electivire just has Thunder Punch and Thunder Wave.
Yeah. Because they're so low level, they haven't learned yet.
Yeah, for some reason they don't like giving good low-level moves just to final evos, even though you can sometimes like get them evolved really quickly with the items.
Mm-hmm.
You think they would have made that change for, a game where that's like a boss fight, right? At least for those.
Yeah, it's weird because it makes their AI better overall because they have less garbage that they can do. Like if it has like Ember too, and they're sometimes like use Ember, it's like they just don't want to deal with like the AI programming that only use Flamethrower probably.
Well, apparently the rematch for the Daybreak update has Poison Gas, Flamethrower, and then Rock Slide and Psychic. That would make this a harder fight.
Yeah, that fights. I tried it like once, those like rematches in the Daybreak update. I was like, I did a few of them like with my casual team, and then I found that I was fighting like level 80 alphas, 3 versus 1, and I was like, nope.
No Pokemon speaks to the damage formula change more than Rufflet.
Yeah.
Like with the original damage formula from other Pokemon games, there's no reason. This Rufflet has no business on our team, but because it has Brave Bird and it's a level 50 Rufflet, it's gonna be great.
Yep.
Maybe I should have waited a little bit to Stealth Spray. Maybe I could have combined it with.
Rufflet, I think, has an attack. No, Rufflet's actually like a pretty decent Pokemon. Well, okay, it has Hustle, is why it has like an actual attack stat, but it's like base 80.
Yeah, there's no abilities in this game though.
Yeah, like in past games, like it would have business on the team because of Hustle, Brave Bird. It's like the YOLO play.
Yeah, it's base 83.
Yeah, so that's like effectively like a base 100 attack Pokemon with Hustle, or a base like 130-ish.
Okay, so there's a reason why I go up to go to Steel than to go down, because if you mess up going to Steel, you have to go and back out of the menu anyway. So if your mess up is pressing out of the menu, it's more optimal.
That is fair.
The 12 cells that you're assigning to that probably affects your menuing a little bit.
Etiquette has some ways to remember this that I learned in his past run, and ever since then I've actually just never forgotten it.
Exactly, right? It's the first one is RSI because that's what the game gives you.
Dude, I need that joke too. Damn it, I needed it first.
This one is if you don't pay your taxes, the IRS of Rhode Island will come after you. So it's the IRS of RI.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't have like an actual good one for the last one. It spells Sir and then Icer.
Yeah, I do Sir Icer as well. The middle one, I think it's a sandwich. I call it the seal sandwich with ice spread.
That would work.
Shady literally just learned what Rhode Island was yesterday.
I thought it was a road, like the thing you drive on, but
nope.
It's apparently the smallest state.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I'm an European.
I looked at the guide yesterday and it said Rock Island. I'm like,
I even mistyped it. Like I meant to type road, but then I typed rock, but it was like the word that you actually put in, or the name of the stone, but whatever.
Let's go.
Nice
You
dodge.
actually dodged it.
That was
No idea how.
impressive.
Exclamation point, but we'll take it.
Yeah, I've like never seen that before. It was impressive.
It's like I alerted it, but I didn't stay in its vision long enough. I might have like just barely phased out of its vision.
Yeah, something weird like that could have happened. Alright, well now's the Savvy fight. This is a lot easier than the Melee fight, as we mentioned earlier, with the Electivire not being able to touch Gastrodon, and the Magmortar only being able to hit you with Flamethrower.
You're not existing.
Yeah. Yeah, the main thing is being able to KO in one turn the like actual threat of the fight. Like this Skuntank's too bulky for us to OHKO, but now that we have this Alpha Sneasel, it just takes out the Rhyperior, no issues.
This is actually where the Alpha Sneasel is the big difference, because you can catch a pretty modest level Sneasel, level 56 at the highest in Coronet. But with Coronet Sneasels, it's a range to kill that Rhyperior.
Yeah. And here.
Highest, yep. And then we'll send you Gastron and just go for. We're gonna go for Magmortar first, because like I said, Electivire can't do anything, so there's no point in killing it and seeing another move from Magmortar.
Yeah.
It's also convenient that McMurder is targeted by default.
Can Poison Gas miss? Like, I've never seen it miss.
Magmortar's not poison type, so it should be able to miss. I've also never seen it miss.
I mean,
Is that actually a mechanic in this game where it never misses if you're poison type?
Yeah, I think it's only poison moves don't miss if you're poison type. So like
I know Toxic has it.
I knew it was toxic.
This
I
game-
knew toxic. Yeah, I didn't know all the other poison moves were.
It may not be all poison moves. I know it's toxic.
According to Cerebi, the accuracy is standard 90, strong style is 100. So it can miss.
My entire career playing this game, I've never, ever seen
I don't think
it
I've
miss.
ever seen a miss either, yeah.
It's like an insane statistic.
I didn't know it was more accurate in this game because poison gas used to be, I think, like 70 accuracy.
Yeah,
It was
I would have figured
55.
that it was lower.
This is the first part that Glalie is going to help us a lot. Glalie, Strong Ice Crash Oko's right here. And it goes
It's
first
by
to Glalie.
far the best thing out of anything that we can do in this fight. We go first. That's like already a time save, and then you have like no questions asked, one hit KO here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not 100% accurate if you use strong Icicle Crash, which matters because it would suck.
100 power, 100 accuracy. It's insanely good.
Yeah, with same type attack bonus, so even more power. That's in this game still, right? Stab?
It's a lot.
Yeah, but it's
worse.
nerfed a little.
Yeah, I know it's
It's not
nerfed.
1.25x.
Right, yeah, it's just halved compared to usual. Still matters. It makes it 125 power, which
Yeah,
is
for
still
sure.
a boost.
Mhm.
Also, Shen, you were a little bit off when you said it used to be 70 accuracy. In Gens 1 through 4, it was 55% accurate.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. In Gen 1, it was 55, but I thought they buffed it twice, because I think it was
It
70.
They did. They buffed it to 80 in Gen 5 and then up to 90 in Gen 6.
Yeah, that's what it was. They buffed it to 80. I thought it was still like 70 in Gen 5. Yeah, because there used to be a strat in Gen 1 runs where we need to get... Remember the Catch-em-all route where you got the Mew poison to get it to red bar?
Oh, yeah.
And Poison Gas was like 37% accurate because there's also the 25% accuracy debuff. So it was
Yep.
like the worst strat ever. So yeah, I need Poison, but it's 30% accurate.
Gen 1 speedruns are interesting because they're not even like really Pokemon games. Like they're just kind of their own thing.
Yeah, at least the glitch runs. Glitchless kind of follows the same standards as a Pokemon run, but
I
Catch-em-all
assume when you're
run.
talking about Catch-em-all, you're talking about the glitch Catch-em-all.
Yeah, glitch Catch-em-all.
Yep.
How else would we have a Mew? Unless we went to, the
You
1990
just
event.
go buy the truck, dude.
Just get back in time to Toys R Us at 1990.
Oh, catch them all in Gen 1. Wait, exactly. Yeah, right, for Mew. You don't have any events for that.
Yeah. I've done co-op Catch-em-all with like 2 games, and you just trade between them. It's pretty fun. It's kind of similar to the co-op you do in this game, where you just have 2 people and Catch-em-all.
Yeah, that's one of the most fun speedruns to do in this game for sure.
So
Yeah.
now that we have Breakout It may have concerned you that I briefly switched to Weird Ear there. That's actually the fastest way to descend without sacrificing speed. Because Weird Ear and Braviary have the same top speed.
Yeah, you actually do sacrifice speed with that strat. If you do what I do, where you just don't get on Braviary in time, you sacrifice a lot of speed when you do that, actually.
Yeah, you just kind of splat on the ground. It sets your speed to 0. It's the worst.
Yeah, you set to 0. You actually get negative speed because there's also a cutscene.
You fall backwards, you keel over and die.
Yeah.
Terrible strat. I'm always secretly in the back of my mind scared of dying there, but it hasn't happened yet. Luckily.
Yeah.
I once have messed it up, like when I initially came up with the strat, I messed it up and I fell too low, so I had to climb back up, but that's the worst thing that has happened to me there.
Yeah. Or either of you practiced in the infinite height glitch, or not even glitch, the infinite height thing with Braviary?
I think I've done it once in a catch-em-all. I wanted to go back for the Braviary flying catch when I forgot about it.
It's pretty sick.
How are you doing this? Like, apparently you just mash start and then press Y like after every 2 or something like that.
It's like Y start.
Yeah, it's Y plus and then A. Just Y plus A, Y
I mean,
plus A.
Y plus A, either or. Anything that gets you back on the mount.
Fun fact, summoning Braviary from the D-pad gives you more height than pressing A.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess you want to.
That's why we always use that.
Yeah, in most cases you want to use the D-pad to summon Braviary. I don't think for the jump off of Snowpoint Temple it's a problem.
You can always cancel the height by getting off and like getting back on.
Yeah.
You can skip the animation or whatever.
I think the animation is the same length regardless, so might as well get the height. Right, so this boss fight has an interesting strat that I discovered a while back. I can explain it though. In the first half you don't really care about how well you do. It's essentially an order scroller. You only want to hit it to like basically one hit above 50% before it launches the missile attack. And let's see if we get it here. Doesn't really matter if we get hit. We get it twice more. Now yep. Oh, you did one more extra. Okay, well it doesn't now work quite because here we see the missiles. They are extremely rapid fire right now. That's what we call rage missiles. What we are supposed to do is wait before it launches the missiles above 50%. Oh no.
Yeah, that's so annoying.
Yeah, that's bad. That's a long stun. But yeah.
Get up!
Yeah, getting hit specifically by the beam makes you sit down for like a minute.
Yeah, if we got the non-rage missiles, we would be able to throw in between. Then it's much more forgiving, and there's less of them. And what it allows us to do, combined with another trick which makes us throw up throws to delay its cycle after the laser. We've delayed its cycle enough to the point where we can actually kill the boss before it does the rage animation, which saves a few seconds. We call that the rage skip. But yeah, I kinda had to explain it without any
it's also
like,
great because any
demonstration, but
dodge that one attack where it shoots the balls at you. Like I just rage during that attack, and if I don't have to see it, I'm not raging. So makes sense to me.
That's the first time in a long time I've been hit by the laser.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when it happens.
Yeah, I was literally holding left on the joystick, which is the worst part. Like if it was my own fault, I'd feel better, but
yeah, it happens pretty often in this game where like you're like holding forward or whatever to throw like forward with your items, and then you switch to holding a direction to roll, but it like there's a lot of delay on like switching and rolling. Like you have to wait like a second after you start holding the direction.
My guess is that you can buffer a roll in advance, but the direction of the buffered roll is whatever you held your stick in.
Yeah, it's
And you did the buffered input.
Nice Wurmple research done.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah,
I got
you used
research
that
on
fight.
poison sting.
Right, yeah. That's really funny.
Alright, so I'm actually be switching to a turbo controller for the remainder of this run because, you know, not really PB chance on the main board. We do have 2 separate boards for regular and turbo, which is not, you know, ideally like the end goal of turbo discussion, but it's something.
Yeah.
That's what we have right now. I'm definitely an advocate for turbo, but
Yeah, matching.
the biggest thing about turbo for me is finding actual good turbo controller. That way I can actually start like running with it.
Yeah, I love the Switch Pro controller. It's like a really good controller, but there's just no good like turbo options, or none of them feel like really good.
Mm-hmm.
There's some controllers that like seem very similar and have turbo, so I hope that one of them works. Like maybe we can try them out or something. I know some of the people in the Switch PSR Discord have tried them out and had like rather positive experiences with it.
Yeah, the one that I use for this game is okay. Honestly, the best part about it is the D-pad is 4 separate buttons instead of
Yeah, the Hori pad, I guess.
No, it's actually yeah, it is a Hori one. And so you can play with it, you know, and you can actually hit left, and it hits left and not left, and also down.
Yeah, that's huge.
Hopefully, I'm not on my PMD DX profile on this controller.
Do you remember which mode it is?
I'm moving, so it's not the one.
Yes.
Yeah, PMD DX. It benefits you a lot to swap the inputs of your joystick and your D-pad, which this controller allows you to do. But that would be disastrous here because, you know, trying to move forward on the joystick would just open up my menu. I'm using the 8-bit Do Pro 2 controller.
It has absolutely horrible sticks. Like, for some reason, when you rotate it in the circle that has, like, naturally you rotate the joystick in a circle. If you look at the input it makes, it actually makes a square. That makes no sense. And on top of that, it's extremely jittery. So trying to do any aiming with that in this game is like
and it has
an absolute
Xbox
nightmare.
Xbox 360 triggers, which is bad.
Right, those triggers are also bad since you want to spam them for like the boss fights. I guess you could turbo them, but that would be a learning curve trying to toggle the turbo on and off mid-fight.
Well, maybe. No, I can do that. I'm already toggling turbo for my like A button.
Yeah, doable.
Or maybe you can like switch the front and the back because like you need to change what's on your hotbar a lot less frequently than you need to aim and throw.
Yeah, if you like remap the controls.
Programming of the brain because I'm used to like the front row being.
Yeah, I cannot do a remapping in a game after I have played it for a long time.
Shen were talking about the other day. Shen does not like the fact that run is mapped to L3, so he mapped it to R3, which makes perfect sense because the only thing that button does is hide the HUD if you have a specific.
Yeah, that does nothing in this game.
Yeah, I'm like, I wish I would have thought of that whenever I started.
I actually have 3 separate buttons are run. I have the screenshot button.
Screenshot, yeah, that's an extra button.
Yeah, so I hate like activating run in this game because it's like really awkward sometimes. So I was like, I'm just gonna put on like every button. So if I just flail my hand around, my character will start running, and it works. Yeah, I was trying to think if there was like another button that could be interesting to put on. Like,
let's do it, you coward.
Wait, what?
You want like a Joy-Con or something to restart your game.
Oh, you literally can't.
Can you actually remap it?
Thought about that.
Oh, would you actually be stuck in the game? That's funny.
No, you literally, it doesn't allow you to map over home.
Yeah, it wouldn't let you.
You can't mess with. Yeah, Nintendo's cowards. Imagine the power we'd have if we could just map something to that.
It's weird considering there are controllers for the Switch, like officially licensed ones, that don't include the home button. Example, the Horipad for Pokken.
Oh, that's interesting.
Also, like one of my favorite controllers in general for games that do not require sticks, like for essentially DS button layout games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now we're here in the end game sequence. This Pokemon franchise has finally decided to take some good story beats from PMD and feature us being kicked out. I've been waiting for that all my life. I did the thing where I pulled up the map in the black screen.
Black screen.
It's the worst.
It's a small error. That's like the only place you can do it, too. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's such a weird bug.
Yeah, my PB for the turbo category is 355, which would have been a 351 if Dialga didn't take 9 balls. So hopefully I can beat that, maybe. Best possible time right now is 349.28.
I love the idea here where you just go for the turbo record because you can, or like turbo PB because you can. It's like, oh, I'm on
strategy. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I forget. I think Etiquette at GDQ was like, yeah, Keys, you want to just hit the A button here? We can get the co-op record.
We never submitted, but it would have.
Yeah, it would have been the co-op record
at the time.
Yeah, it's just funny how like, even though it is like quote unquote faster to do turbo or whatever, not as many people run it just because like you need different hardware for it, and the main category is still the non-turbo, so most people just run whatever the quote-unquote main category is.
Yeah, I believe that if we can like actually find a good, reliable turbo controller and have all the top runners switch to it, maybe we can make a bigger migration to the turbo and at least have it more relevant in the leaderboards. Or maybe even like get into the discussion of merging them and just having it as a variable that you can see in the leaderboards.
Yeah,
we already have that for the Beat Cleavor category extension.
Yeah, category extensions already do that, so yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like the record for right now for Beat Cleavor is with turbo because if I'm grinding that category, I don't want to start my hands for Beat Cleavor. So I was using turbo for a while, but there's a lot of runs on there that have no turbo, and my no turbo run's not even that far off of it. It's like 20 seconds, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. The problem is just what Shady said. There's not a lot of good turbo controllers. Like the one I've tried recently. Well, this one we've already said a lot about because me and Shady both have this one. But also I've tried the Hori Battle Pad or something that has like the GameCube layout pretty much. It's like a wired GameCube controller. And literally on the Amazon listing, it advertises anti-snapback. But the sticks very much had snapback, and I have video proof for that.
That's the one. I use that one for BDSP.
Yeah, that's the one.
Specifically because it's mapped like a GameCube controller. It has notches, and BDSP is a game that like really wants you to stay on a grid, so it's really nice. But in a game like this, you have very snappy movement, which isn't ideal most of the time.
Snapback mostly matters for doing the crouch-uncrouch cancels, because that requires you to release the stick, and like 50% of the time when I try it, I'm facing 180 degrees the other way.
Around. Like, oh my god, there's one part in this run that I had like really bad snapback, but like it's really rare with my main Pro controller. Like it's been, honestly, I've had it since 2017, and it doesn't have any snapback, but the newer one I bought, that was bundled with Odyssey, has a lot of snapback, so it's interesting. Something about the longer a controller gets used, the more snapback goes away. I don't really know too much about that, but that's the case with games.
I guess the springs get looser or something.
Something PODE.
Did you already check whether your Skuntank or Glalie is better?
No. Am I supposed to?
Yeah, I add it into the guide, like, with the calcs. But I didn't add the calcs into the guide, but I just tell which one to use.
I
Really.
didn't even look at what level Skuntank I took, to be honest.
I think it was
I
40.
I think you got
First
like
one.
you got a 54, so you would have a 55 Glalie right now.
Mm-hmm. What level would Skuntank need to be better?
Let me find it. It would have to be 47.
47 now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say like that's not a thing, Shady. You can't get a 47.
Yeah, I'm basing it off the current level, of course. Like the amount of EXP you get might vary if it dies or something.
So it's only if you get a 53 Glalie you would use a high level Skuntank if you had one, right?
53 Glalie is so bad.
Yeah, 53 Glalie is like worse than pretty
It's
much
like almost
anything.
arguably like you're better off not catching it.
Well, the Glalie is still really good for the Braviary, but
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
good.
Well, the first
Good.
Braviary, yes. The second the second Braviary is still a massive range.
yeah, you wouldn't bother at that point. You would still use Skuntank.
Yes, here we have a nice strat to climb the cliff. Like we can take Sneasler for a second to reset our like the ascension on Braviary and repeat it quickly. When you jump off the wall with Sneasler, or some random watch poke in the water. But yeah, there's actually an input to jump off the wall with Sneasler, and if you switch to Braviary after doing that, you get your like rising animation back.
Yeah, you get your ascension back. And because there's a lot of ways where if you switch Braviary, you don't get your ascension because it detects that you've already used one, you cheater, and you don't get another one. But it doesn't detect that when you jump off the wall with Sneasler.
Yeah, if you just grab the wall with Sneasler and switch to Braviary, it wouldn't work.
Alright, welcome to this segment of the run. There's 3 fights that you need to go to and do. All of them are ranges. Typically, you just want to try and get as many of the ranges as you can, but it's very random. Here's the first one. I'm gonna click Strong Crunch and hope for the best. Nice. Okay, down.
This next one is the most important of the 3.
Yeah, for a couple reasons.
Now
we're going to go fight the Alpha Gudra now. The Alpha Hisuian Gudra that has a new part steel typing. So it is Dragon Steel. It's a Dialga, basically. And it has a new exclusive move in this game called Shelter. Oh, by the way, the keypad I mentioned in the beginning of the run. Yuxi's going to ask us for a string of numbers, and Shady, if you want to explain why this works.
So essentially, the game pulls up the keypad from the Switch OS, and conveniently, the Switch allows us to plug in a USB keyboard.
Yes, anything that uses the Switch OS keyboard, you can use an external keyboard for. This will not work for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX, because that uses an on-screen in-game keyboard. But, that's fine.
It would be so nice if you could type Wonder Mails with.
The entire run.
Yeah, so you need a mini USB keyboard in order to be competitive in this game, is what we're saying. It saves 1 second. It's now required.
I literally just got an unused keyboard in our house, and I plugged it into the Switch, and it works.
Now, fortunately, you only need 4 buttons on the keyboard, so if you get one that only has the 6, 0, and 1 and 3, you're fine. But
someone needs to develop the Arceus, the Arceus keypad.
It's a 6, 0, 1, 3, 1 in order, and you just like go and slide your finger across the 5 keys.
It would be so good. Oh my god, the frames, dude!
It's so much faster.
You also have to have the enter button.
Oh yeah, you need to enter at the end, so you slide your finger across 6 keys.
Yeah. I work in data entry, so it's really easy for me to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, I mean, it's easy when I remember the code, obviously.
Now, here the trick of using the D-pad to get on Braviary is important, because that allows us to get enough height to fly over this cliff, essentially getting us straight into the lake. There's also another technique you can do. If you mash the B button when you're flying, it like preserves your height. It probably doesn't like lose any significant speed either.
Like, letting go and repressing it, because you're already pressing it to be going faster.
Yeah, like occasionally tap it.
Yeah. So it's like let go, repress, in that rhythm. You can also do it with Y, I think. Y is just descending.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with the Y button. It's just easier to do by like letting go of B real quickly.
I remember when you told me you used Y for it. That really just kind of shocked me.
That was when I first discovered about it, and I thought that you would use Y, but yeah.
Luckily, the B method doesn't lose any time, so I was afraid when Shady said he used Y that B method lost speed. That was my big concern, because you're letting go of the dash button is the issue.
As far as I know, it doesn't actually lose any speed if you just quickly do it, like compared to just flying straight.
Okay, so here we're going for a strong close combat, and this is, unfortunately a range. And the other thing to keep in mind about this is that these are not like consistently calculable ranges. Because all of these alphas are wild Pokemon and have their stats and natures and all that generated right now when you can fight them.
Yeah, and since they are alphas, they get like three EL guarantees, which is basically the equivalent of getting a 31 IV, which matters a lot for the defense stats.
Nice, you missed. Okay.
So yeah, there we go. But yeah. I have done like calcs like with like conditional probability stuff, like it doesn't take natures into account, but like I have like rough numbers on what each of these ranges are if you like assume no knowledge about the IVs or the ELs of the alpha.
Yeah, it's something I don't think we ever explained. They kind of just combine ILs or IVs and EVs into a single representation as ELs, the effort levels of Pokemon. Basically, if a Pokemon would have had 31 IVs in the older games, it has 3 EL for that stat. If it's like 21 to 30, it's 2 EL. 16 to 20, it's like 1 EL, and then 0 to 16, it's 0 EL. That's not the exact numbers, but that's basically what we're working with here. But then on top of that, you can go beyond 3 EL for every Pokemon. That's what the grit items are for, that I mentioned that I got from Shinx in the very beginning of the game, and Leon gave to me before I went into Cobalt Coastlands. You can apply grit to those stats and increase them beyond EL3. But we don't need to in this run, since everything's consistent enough and it takes time to apply grit.
I wonder if it's worth it when you're going for Palkia to grit up the Sneasel, because you get the Gudra and you get more damage on the Palkia.
I would have said yes, but I am now a firm believer that health does not matter. I have been personally wronged by Dialga.
Yeah, your damage stats don't matter. Like even, well, yeah, that's another thing, the health. But yeah, when I was talking about the ELs, I really mean the defensive ELs of the alpha. Like whatever your stats are, even the nature. Like if you like changed in the damage calculator between like plus and minus nature, I think it makes like a 1/16th of a difference in the range, or 2/16th if you go from plus to minus. But yeah, something like that. Yeah. It's very minor.
All right.
Yeah, defense matters 5 times more compared to attack.
Best possible time 3:49:59.
Let's go.
I would normally say mash your heart out, but I mean,
I'm turboing.
Your turbo is doing it already.
It's kind of like a heartless version of mashing, but still all the same.
You need to put some like strain in your eyes so it looks like you're like frantically trying to mash. Yeah. Go, go.
So this is a kind of a neat strat. Good. It's kind of tight. Like, you have to press right on the D-pad, like, before Weirdeer climbs that little slope. But you need to make sure you actually go up the slope, so it's kind of finicky to go for. You don't want to waste time, pulling out Bravier. You don't want to sit there and running against a wall forever. But at the same time, you want to make sure you get up the slope, because you don't get over the wall unless you're up the slope. So it's kind of risky. It's like the least risky thing in this game, but it's still kind of annoying. All right, I need to do one more left.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you mess it up, you need to just click Braviary again. But like this whole segment is kind of just about like these little movement optimizations, and they add up to save a lot of time throughout the run.
Yeah, right here specifically, I know for a fact Adamant has 2 text boxes, but Arid only has that one.
Yeah, it is faster, I think.
How his dad told him to like stay away from them or something. Like, he goes on for like 2 whole text boxes about it. Double edge.
Yeah,
Alright, hopefully we want to see a lot of damage here. That's we'll see. I also didn't have that great of a level of a Gastrodon, so yeah.
This might be okay though. If you get double edge, it's
I'll always go for double edge again because
this is the expected outcome.
Yeah, the trade is fine. Like it's much better than the if you don't do enough that it survives.
Yeah, that can happen.
This is the best one to miss because it only takes 10 seconds off. Because it, like I said, it always goes for double edge after if you don't kill it. So
yeah,
it'll kill itself.
Worst case scenario is you get turn 1 crit double edge, and then it just goes to hell from there.
Oops. Nothing was happening.
Not yet.
I think the AI is rather like deterministic when it goes for damage moves. But when it gets messy is when it has those status moves. It seems to be like purely RNG, whether it picks like it's seen in the fights that you have to lose. They almost always, I think they always have some kind of status move that they might just go for.
Right, that was my attempt at turbo trigger. I think it helps because like the first Azelf like disappeared immediately.
It is a risk to spam here. Did they patch that in one of the updates? That you can crash.
Yeah, but if you get soft locked, all you need to do is talk to Edelman.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was fixable.
Yeah, I've seen it happen to someone, and that at least fixed it for them.
Okay. Yeah, there's a like soft lock you can do here if you actually hit the Azelf, which is like funny to say, but it's like, oh, you beat my trial. Bye. It's just
like you shouldn't do this.
You should not be able to win this challenge until I let you win.
Okay, that's the last one. But that seems to work pretty well. The only problem with the turbo is that I can't charge, which I don't think is that much of an issue for the final Origin form legendary, but as long as I'm close to it, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you don't need to charge your throws at all, like...
In the beginning I do, but that's it.
Yeah, when you approach it, that's true, but...
I can definitely turn it on mid-fight, because like, I have a specific button on my controller assigned to activating turbo on a button.
Yeah, it's at least for me, it's the screenshot button, that's like the only reasonable one you can go for.
Yeah, that's what I have to. Okay, so sub 350 is officially dead right now. That's okay.
Okay.
That's unreasonable for a marathon anyway. At least with like current strats. I mean, like there's too much that can go wrong.
Hey, you could gold the last couple splits.
Yeah,
Double
maybe.
Hypnosis miss.
Oh, my Benny strat, my Benny gold can definitely be improved because Shady's gold is like 5 seconds better than mine. I have no idea why. Or Shady's like PB Benny was 5 seconds better than mine.
Maybe
it's because I don't go for the strong style earth power. Instead, I just get lucky and I get killed anyway by the...
Go for strong style earth power to kill Sneasler, even though it has its defenses lowered, because that makes sure that I don't get a turn for 3 turns, so that Gardevoir can definitely kill me. Because if you don't use strong style, After Gardevoir uses 2 moves, if you're still alive, you're going to get a turn, and there's nothing productive you can do with that turn. Except, I guess, Earth Power and lower defenses if it uses Calm Mind.
I think you also get, I think if you get the Earth Power off, you can skip Strong Style with Sneasel, which just saves the animation.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage.
It like, you lose time, obviously, overall, but you at least, like, it's not like it's worthless to go for the Earth Power, because you at least get to skip the animation on the Sneasler Poison Jab.
True. So it might not be the worst idea, because when you do the gamble, you actually have the chance of it going for a double Psychic, and that's what I have in my Golden, is the fastest.
Yeah, Strong Style is like 4 seconds. The animation is maybe not 4. Maybe it's like 3.
3 is like what I like long time ago timed it to be, and I haven't really bothered to check it since. And that might have been agile. Like, I'm not sure if it's different between the two.
All right, at this point in the run, I have a ritual of ordering my DoorDash and trying to see if I can beat the DoorDash guy here. Last time I didn't, and it was unfortunate because it was a JP run, so I had to watch the ending cutscene. And he like called me during the final battle, and I was like having to like answer the phone and throw bombs at the same time. And then I couldn't go down there because I had to sit there and mash until the credits. So, because Japanese times through the end of the credits, so it was kind of awkward.
If you're using Perma, you just tape the buttons down.
True, yeah. For PMD, because PMD has hold to mash, we just like use like a clothespin to like hold our button down on our 3DS.
That makes sense.
PMD having hold to mash makes it like so much better of a speedrun.
Yeah, it's such a good speed game for that reason alone.
I can't imagine that many people would run it if it didn't have hold to mash.
Yeah, hold to mash would be like the only thing that I want from like future Pokemon games. Like if they were to add one feature, it's like, oh, do you want like Mega Evolutions? Do you want Z moves? Do you want Dynamax? Like, no, I just want hold to mash.
It'd be so good.
Yeah.
It's not out of the question because PMD just does it by default, but
yeah,
it's been in every game actually.
Yeah, I feel like the way that Nintendo thinks that we play Pokemon games is like, you don't press the A button through the text and you just like chill and then like, okay, I've read the text box 4 times, I'm gonna hit the A button now.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, I don't know their actual demographic numbers, but they're still definitely marketing towards children.
Yeah, for sure.
Game, but there's a massive adult player base of Pokemon.
I honestly feel like it's more than half is like adult.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I don't know their numbers, but I think there's a massive amount of adults that play Pokemon that they may not be directly pandering towards.
They're just trying to, I guess, like target everyone, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not away from the children either. Just something they don't consider valuable.
To you really quickly, Panda Express or Taco Bell?
You know what's really funny? I literally have Panda Express that's gonna get here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll join you. Hold on.
Right. That's really funny. I want to bring it up. I will be stepping away here in a sec because I did order Panda like half an hour ago.
Okay. So now there's a couple more spots here we can lose some time. Obviously not moving well is one of them. There's an Alpha Electivire here that can see us and give us one of those 4-second knockdowns, which is not good. This one's probably not going to see me. Okay, we're good.
Nice.
As long as you understand the way they turn, like, they will take the shortest turn possible to turn and look at you. So if you know that, you can kind of manipulate them to turn a certain way and run around the other way. That's basically the best way to pass alphas, or any Pokemon rather.
If you play catch 'em all, you learn that like really well. Like you can do catches without using stealth spray for like aggro folks.
Yeah, like we had a strat for Ghastly back in the day that had stealth spray, and like it doesn't even need stealth spray anymore. Like if you're good enough, like if you understand the turning mechanics enough, you can do it without stealth spray pretty easily.
Wait, what's Benny? What? He's a bad guy?
What?
No way.
He just made emojis. What?
He just makes the emoji.
But no, it's heavily believed that this is Wally's ancestor because he has a lot of the same Pokemon that Wally has.
I can see it, yeah.
And the style is similar.
He's got the white hair.
Something's not right here.
Oh.
Something's like off here. Yeah.
It's hard switch. It's probably fine.
I hope that Gastronopoli.
You have 2 pokes that can deal with mismages. So.
Yeah. Few pokes that can deal with
You're asleep. That might be an issue, but we'll see.
Okay, I missed.
Nice. What does Gastro take out here? I don't even remember.
But
Okay. Glalie might kill that with strong icicle crack.
yeah, because it's going for close combat, so it's going to lower his defense stats. Too.
Yeah, I feel like he just kill with strong ice press on Sneak.
Did I go for Glalie? I think Glalie.
Yeah, my heart is telling me that this will kill with strong ice crash, and then you'd have to deal with girls here.
Yeah, the defense drop is quite significant.
Yeah, because
He's
Gardevoir
also, like,
comes
very
in.
firm.
Yeah. This might die easier too. Nice.
It's
Oh, crit!
Well, it was a crit, so we don't know.
We'll never find out.
Okay, so
Can we finally route out Gastro?
Okay, so yeah, we switch out to...
okay.
No, this is fine, because you just get straight to...
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's just a different order now.
Yeah. Oh, this might actually work out, because now you die faster to the... You'd have to get multiple psychics. You probably just die to one. Interesting.
Sneasel gets experience, so Sneasel probably gets a 62.
Wait a minute.
Awesome.
Sneasel's a better chance of outspeeding Palkia. Oh, fuck you. Alright. I mean, oops. I mean, Benny's probably the hardest fight in the game. It's most upsetting for sure.
Yeah.
It's like it does calm mind. You know, sometimes I've even had an instance where the Gallade doesn't go for Psycho Cut on Sneasel when it's absolutely supposed to, which is really annoying.
Seen it like once, yeah.
Like this is the roadblock, the obstacle in the way for finishing the run for sure. In terms of battling, like Komodo's hard, but Komodo's fairly solved now with Glalie, so it's fine.
Yeah, there's not much that can go wrong there.
The other thing that's weird about Benny is like the Hypnosis lead adds a lot of RNG element to it as well. Because, well, now at least they can deal with it, but they used to just
with Glalie. The problem is the Mismagius has Power Gem. So if you don't have a high enough level Glalie, it'll kill you. It'll see a kill with Power Gem and go for it. If you have the highest level Glalie, it rarely sees a kill with Power Gem, so it won't go for it. But all the other levels will probably get killed with it.
You know what kind of a range it is on the Power Gem?
Yeah. I don't know what the range is. I just know that I think I calculated it in the moment, but I didn't write any of it down. But I do remember...
Might need to calc it then.
Yeah, it probably needs to be calced. But I think the 56
Then it's just
one has a good chance of it not rolling Power Gem.
Sometimes it just goes for strong Power Gem. I don't know why it doesn't always go for that, since it's always a guaranteed KO, but... I don't know.
DoorDash is going to be here in 23 minutes, so we should beat that for sure. That's 4 hours, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
23 would be a 357.
Okay, yeah, we have time to sit through the credits and everything. Yeah, right now, if nothing goes wrong, we're getting a 350. Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
There's definitely not something coming up in 4 minutes that could go wrong.
Definitely nothing that can go wrong from here. It's all straight shot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything that could possibly go poorly, and nothing's coming to mind.
No, I mean, I'm drawing a blank on it too.
With the Palkia strats, surely nothing can go wrong.
It's not like we're just flipping a coin.
Yeah, it's not a 50%.
Yeah, definitely no coin flips about to occur.
We'll find out very soon if I regret picking Pro Clan or not.
Yeah.
If this works out, I really, like. I'm gonna submit this game to AGDQ, and I would love to have an incentive for Diamond Clan or Pro Clan, since both.
Right. Yeah, you can pretty much do it either.
I just wonder if there's like a weird strat where you bring like the Dustox with you for endgame because it has poison powder or some stupid garbage for like marathon safety.
You know what, Shed, I'm glad you came back to this game because there's nobody that thinks of like weird strats that could probably work better than you.
You can just teach poison gas.
I've heard like 90% of the most interesting things I've ever heard in this game from you, and I mean that sincerely.
Shout out to my Duskull or Dusclop strat that I'm going to get in a run one time eventually. I want to do it once.
I'm actually gonna look into the Carnivine strat for Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's worked a couple times. It's only useful if you don't have the stuns. Because like if you have 4 stun items or something, it can be kind of useful.
Saving stuns is always nice.
Yeah,
because it might mean that you can go for something else like Hippowdon.
I'm gonna go for something cheap here.
Snorlax being a troll there.
You have to double turn. Triple turn.
Triple turn.
Ooh, I like this.
I should have gone for Agile. There's a chance that the Fable's gonna get a chance to move, which is not what I want here.
Yeah, it's going for the poison.
Yeah, probably will. Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Agile, it could be fine.
Yeah, unfortunate.
I don't even know if Agile would have made that better, but
yeah, I don't know. You would need to have a pretty high speed stat, which
maybe that's what it's for.
Yeah, maybe. I mean that Sneasel has a pretty good speed, I think.
Okay, at least you got the KO with the stun thing. You got the level up as well.
This was not a good level for Skuntank.
Yeah,
so.
That was a little scary, but not a big deal. You always have the Rufflet in the back. That Rufflet tries so hard. Like,
It's such a good boy.
Yeah. Whatever bird you bring, it's always just the homie in the back ready to help.
That was the Luxray for the longest time in this route, because the Luxio we dropped off after Obsidian Fieldlands used to be a full game party member, along with Starter and the Staravia, Staraptor. But yeah, we ditched Starter and Luxio after the first area, which feels a little bit weird, but you know, this game really just rewards catching new Pokemon and using them over your old Pokemon, so we have to play by those rules.
There's also like no required to win fights except for like the Ursaluna and then like, oh, I guess the Bandits, but
yeah.
Yeah, even my PB still had the Luxray, which is still like a very competitive time.
Alright, well here's the fun part of the run. So there's a lot of components to this.
Yeah, we're taking a trip to the casino here.
For some reason, the Palkia just does a really loud cry as soon as you skip the cutscene. And
So let's see if we move first. We do move first, okay. Coin flip time.
Alright, coin flip.
Strong poison jab is 50% to poison.
Lucky. Now we have to catch it at 50%.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go for another poison, but that doesn't work because then it would die to the poison, so yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it gets a double turn because Palkia has higher speed.
It can also, the Dialga can also get a double there.
Yeah, Dialga does get the double turn eventually, so I don't think it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Other than if you catch it quickly.
Oh, dude, I'd want to be on this
Rufflet.
Come on.
Lucky.
Nice.
Nice
Oh, let's
miss.
go, Rufflet! it's so cute. It's trying so hard to dodge for you.
The angle that it's flying at too, it's like, come at me.
Yeah. It's looking up, like it's looking at the eyes. No, Rufflet! No!
Just got obliterated. Holy moly.
No!
He was a good boy.
Yeah, the big danger with Palkia is
it's not benefited, honestly.
yeah, you're quite likely to die if you miss the coin flip, but I don't think I ever actually died in practice, but I certainly saw that it could quickly go downhill. Yeah, Gastro does leave. Oh, but we get a double turn.
A double turn, yeah.
Maybe we're switching with two throws now.
Yeah, this might be 2 pros with Chloe.
Okay.
Chloe might also live a move. Yeah, I feel like Lily might survive one.
So this wouldn't be a marathon run if we didn't show off every aspect of the game. So it is, worth dying here and showing the 1 minute cutscene that happens.
Or just catch on the last ball.
Oh, we got it!
Ah, there it is.
Amazing.
Okay, we are on Turbo World Record pace now. 350.
When you say we're on Turbo World Record pace, do you mean like we're getting the world record, or?
The Turbo World Record is 355, which was the last marathon run I did where I mentioned I had 9 Dialga breakouts.
Right, yeah.
So by not dying on this fight, we have already essentially made it there.
Pog.
So yeah, Palkia needs to be figured out more for sure.
Yeah, we need to figure out something for these catches. But like, in theory, when you're going for world record attempts, it's just get lucky, lol. Like,
yeah, get lucky.
Yeah, I think it's just like you saw the like bad half of it, and you haven't seen the good half, so I don't know. Like, what does it even out to? Like, Dialga can also be bad if you never catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this doesn't have the danger that you kill it by critting. Well, I guess if you crit and poison, then it would eventually die, but usually if it's red and poisoned, it's pretty much a guaranteed catch.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much Strong Poison would have done. Strong Poison Jab would have done from Skuntank, since it's like 10 levels lower than.
It's a little less. It's a little less when I was routing. Well, I don't know. Like,
it's just risky.
Maybe I could Skuntank.
Because it gets a double attack as well if you Strong Poison Jab with Skuntank, so it gets 2 ticks of poison. So it probably just dies to that.
I mean, that wasn't even that bad, so I'm about as good as my better than the Dialga I had last marathon run. I'll take it.
Yeah, it's all just random at the end of the day. Like, even if it's a 20% to catch or whatever at that range of health, like, you still have a chance even if you miss the poison.
Yeah, there are other possibilities.
Why?
The other possibility was using poison gas on Skuntank, but it comes with the default 10-second time loss of teaching the move, and then the HP is gonna be, of course, higher, although it will get better and better as the turns go by, since it will get hurt by the poison.
Yeah, I mean, you could just go for the Strong Poison Jab, and then switch, like, Rufflet or whatever, and throw the balls, and then when Rufflet dies, then you just do the poison gas. But then you're teaching it for
commit to teaching, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like a trade-off. I feel like it's just like a marathon safety thing, though. Maybe it's better to just do something that's a bit slower.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's always hard to say with like marathon safety, like what's the correct thing to do, because in theory it just works like a majority of the time.
Just not expecting to face that way for some reason. Yeah, and the strats that we have for this upcoming fight are the exact same because aside from their signature moves, Dialga and Palkia have the same moveset.
Yeah, it's funny.
The slot one is Earth Power.
Yeah, you literally just click around and move 2 times and win the fight. There's no reason to get fancy.
My Turbo A button on, because that's all I'm going to do in this fight anyway.
Yeah, it's also in slot 1, which is just optimal. You have to like input to a different move. It's just spam.
Yeah, I can keep the Turbo A button on even after Palkia dies, if it dies, because Gastrodon's in slot 1.
Because Gastro's slot 1
That's
and
awesome.
it's slot... Oh, no.
Nice.
You have to menu
I have to
the
menu
Earth Power.
Earth Power. It's up. But I just time my up input and we're good.
Yeah, so that's pretty funny. Yeah, I didn't
Just
realize.
go loud.
Yeah, this fight, you might think, wait, you're talking about dying with the Palkia? This fight is just BS. There's a Gengar that comes in, it gets 2 moves no matter what you do. It has Hypnosis, and if it hits Hypnosis, then you just sometimes don't get to attack.
And
Yeah.
Palkia is less bulky than Dialga, so it has a better chance to kill me than it otherwise would.
Yeah. Yeah, it can also double Shadow Ball. If it gets the drop, you sometimes just die.
just boils down to whether you can actually hit through your sleep.
Alright, so this is
So
pretty much
actually
all
just made my life harder because it was harder to catch this Palkia, and then the origin form, the Dialga, actually has a smaller hitbox. So it's harder.
I prefer its hitbox.
You think it's better?
Yeah, I think it's easier to hit it like.
Nice.
Alright, nice miss.
I don't know why I
Pretty
went
much
for
the
agile
same
there.
Although I don't like the fact that my music cue doesn't work on Dialga.
I'm actually really curious why the Gengar went for agile Shadow Ball.
Maybe because you had like a fast Palkia, maybe saw that it had to go for it or something.
Oh, I've heard the split. Oops. I don't know if Palkia and Dialga have the same speed. I know they have the same special attack, but
No,
No, Dialga's a little slower.
Yeah, it's like
maybe
90 or 5, I think.
Yeah, maybe Gengar wouldn't have gotten a double turn if it didn't do that agile.
So there's like 5-ish minutes left. I guess we were supposed to inform about that.
Oh yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
It's 90 and 100.
Oh, it's
I recently
100.
looked at that as well when I was doing the routing.
And here, I actually learned this from Chrysosaurus, who's in chat right now. It doesn't matter which professor you go to, like at what camp. Like you would think.
Yeah,
maybe
there are
every
multiple professors.
But he's at every single camp, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just mash A.
Chrysosaurus is also a top 5 runner of this game. He's gonna be running the game at ESA summer, actually.
Post champ.
And Shady might be there, pause champ. Can I
Doubt.
convince you to go? It's like one country over.
It's about as south as you
It's like
can go
one
in Sweden.
country over.
That's like one state for us. Like it's not a big deal.
I was gonna meme and say that like Spain is one country
Come on,
over
man.
from the US. There's
It's
no
not really
countries
wrong,
between us and Spain. Is that one country?
I think.
Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, Portugal. Yeah. Well, Spain's also coastal.
Yeah.
I was
They're
just
like
picking.
coastal in their north, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I forgot
The
to
other-
spell again, dude.
The other thing is
The-
like one state over also means something different if you're like where I am versus where you are, Shen.
I live in the center of Texas, so it takes 3 hours for me to get out of the state.
Yeah, I'm middle Ohio, so it's like two
It would
for
take me, it would take me 5 minutes or probably like 15 minutes to get to one state and probably less than an hour to get to the state on the other side of that.
What state do
You can
live
get to
in?
Rhode
I'm in
Island.
Mass.
So it's just shady what it is.
So I could just go right through Rhode Island to Connecticut.
Yeah,
You
go
should
to
just
shady
Rhode
Rhode
Island.
Island.
Anything over a
Right.
3-hour drive is way too long.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say it takes 3 hours to get out of the state in any direction, the north is kind of fast, but there's no reason to go to Oklahoma, so it's pretty much 3 hours. To get where you want to go.
That's so much shots. There's one person in chat from Oklahoma who's
There's
really
Luke.
mad
Yeah.
but understands they can't pipe up because it's
Alden.
just Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Alright, one more RNG element. Will the Electivire troll?
I can maybe switch back to another controller, but that'd probably be more work than it's worth.
Oh. Easy.
I have
He
to take
did
the
He did
long
aggro,
way
but-
around. Yeah, it was within range.
Yeah, I probably lost like some frames to dodging there.
Yeah, I didn't play that Electivire perfectly well.
You
I
could
should've
have gone
just-
from the left.
Yeah, I should have approached the way I did last time for the most likely to succeed outcome. But I
Yeah.
still dodged it, so we're fine. I don't know how I pick up these iron chunks, I just always do.
I do too. There's 0 time.
I mean, it's
It
important to
doesn't
pick
make
them
a
up.
difference.
But
Yeah.
All right,
Because you need to craft your own ultra balls.
final boss time.
Yeah, so this is timing, by the way, ends on fade out after the fight here. So after the fight is over, we'll call time. So just be ready when the health is getting.
There's a big HP bar at the top of the screen. You can probably figure it out.
Yeah, once the HP bar hits 0, we're gonna call time.
And it fades out.
All right, here it is, the final fight. Oh, that's not the Pokemon I was expecting to see
Not
there.
at all.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's
I forgot. Yeah, so this is actually probably one of the easier, like, quote-unquote, noble fights. Like,
Yeah,
you
there's
kind of just
one
kill
strat
people.
that makes it tricky. After the 4 meters, we have like the shockwaves that come out. I'm not sure we got it already. Look, we got the damage boost, Peppa. Okay, there's the damage boost. We walk into the purple cloud, and by doing that, we don't have to dodge. And taking damage from the purple cloud takes less than the dodge, so it saves time.
The purple cloud just like pushes you back, but the other one knocks you over.
Yeah,
Whoa.
Like that.
That was
you get the
insane.
range meters. That's the most stupid attack in this fight. I have
Yeah,
died to
you
that
get-
several times.
Ooh, okay.
I had my turbo on for the thing.
Oh, that's so cool.
You're gonna die.
I died! No!
I'm okay.
Oh no!
Oh my god, I've never ever died to this fight.
Yeah, that's actually annoying having Turbo on in that
Okay,
position.
so it's interesting
Continue.
because you can continue while keeping your progress, which I didn't know for my first couple runs. So
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like really
literally-
awkward the menu for it too, because you have to like
I blame the
specifically.
controller. I fully blame the controller.
Yeah, that was definitely controller based. I could tell because like you tried to charge the throw and just couldn't. It was pretty funny.
I think we're getting a reset on the entire fight, like phase-wise.
Yeah, it pretty much got start from the beginning, except
Okay, he's
well,
going straight to
it's in rage. It's in rage because it's under 50% HP. So that's the issue. Yeah, that's RNG. It's 50-50 whether it goes for the annoying quick meter that is extremely
we're
hard to
done.
dodge. GG.
Fine,
Still in the
GG.
turbo world record.
That attack is just a line of meters that you can walk out of.
That was
GG.
something.
Still world record technically called too.
Still world record, technically. I lost a minute on that spin on that fight, so it is what it is. 3:53:52 is the final time. Not
There you
bad. Really not bad. I think we did all the new strats really, like, we did it justice. We kind of left no stone unturned on what to show, especially the fact you can start from a lower health bar. I'm sorry we failed to show dying to the first legendary. We'll definitely-
Yeah, that's true. There was a cutscene there we missed.
Yeah, that's
it's
one
like a
of the
minute
things.
cutscene where everybody
Yeah.
needs to regroup and like figure out what we're gonna do about the Dialga or whatever you're fighting. And
Mhm.
it's just really funny because it loses like just so much time and it's so pointless. But
Yeah,
like,
it's one of the coolest speedrun techs, I would say. It saves -1 minute. It's pretty hype.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Just did not catch it. I'm also surprised they didn't just make it like guaranteed to catch like some of the other legendaries.
Okay, but that's Pokemon Legends Arceus. Game came out in January. You know, it's only been not even 5 months yet since the game came out, and we've already figured out a lot of things with this game. And obviously, we're not done because the only glitches we've found in this game so far are completely inapplicable to any percent. So we'll improve this further, I'm sure. I like where the route's at right now. I think it's very, very understandable, completable. It does require a lot of memorization and learning. Like there's a big entry gap to like learning the run and learning how to satisfy every Pokemon's research requirements. But once you get into it, once you get over that hump of learning what everything needs to finish, it's really, really fun. And I recommend
Yeah,
it a lot.
extremely fun to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it. All we have is credits now. If you wanna, we need to move on to the next run.
Well, thank you guys so much for the run and for filling in like you did. And we'll start with the next round as soon as the runners are ready. So we'll move on to intermission while we also try to fix the event timer a bit.
All right, thank you guys.
So this is going to be a little bit. I think one of the runners, they aren't online on Discord yet, which is totally understandable considering we are nowhere near the scheduled time. We might be in an intermission for a while. I'll be running some ads. Don't forget about the donation incentive for Kingdom Hearts if you want to see which character you want to see. That pretty much closes as soon as the next run is done. But yeah, we are apparently 3 hours ahead. Seems like a lot. In 3 hours. Really? No, it says in 2 hours. Okay. That makes more sense. But yeah, we are a little bit ahead. So there's also other donation bid wars open. There is Pokemon Alpha Sapphire alt trade main bid war. So that's between Latias, Driftbloom, and Sylveon for the main of the run. There is Pokemon. And then the bid one is, well, some of the bid ones I believe that we did. It's a Mass Effect one, and then there's also the bid war between Order of Ambrosia % and Nemesis % that you can donate towards. So I'm also going to be getting an air conditioner asphyxiated shortly, hopefully, once my brother's back with some wood. It's actually crazy to me that we're almost done this marathon because I'm very, very much used to the 5th day of the marathon being not many days in the marathon. But this has been a crazy 5 days. So